And we should be live now. Everything goes well. Yes, there we go. So for today, I'm sadly not yet that close to the Scherbakov. Got still a few good parts to build, and actually 2 more exosuits to build. But with a bit of luck, I should have it on this stream. And I'll just get right into it. Yes, Sam, there you are. As you see, the Italian cruisers today. There is quite a possibility that I won't get it today, the Scherbakov, if I'm unlucky with my parts. But then it'll be for tomorrow. Oh, what's sort of see again? I'd have to look it up. There's quite a few ships I'd love to see as event vehicles as well. Most of those, of course, being Japanese ships. Kitikami would still be. Pola will be for later. Maybe have my second spawn because it's a rank 5. A rank 4, sorry. So we're spawning the rank 5 first. I've been having some really good matchmaking at 5-7. Mostly down tiers. I think if they wanted to do an Atago class as an event vehicle, they should just do the Maya. Because a normal Atago would be a bit too similar to stuff like the Miyoko and the Mogamis. That's a Mitchell class. Which is not going to have a lot of fun if I keep shooting him. Ooh. For sure. Yes, could sound interesting. Actually, now that I think of it, the only ships we quote-unquote have with a C-Wiz with like a 6-barreled autocannon would be the Russian coastals, wouldn't it? That's just a hull in there. It's the same Italian crew voices as has been since the... Is it this update or the last update? It's just the Italian crew voices are so different from the other crew voices. Yeah, they really should have given us an event cruiser that isn't Russian. And preferably not the American either, because they've also had 2. Yeah, the Italian crew voices don't often stay calm for too long. Let's see if I can detonate them off it. But I don't think I'll be that lucky. Oh, that was close. I think actually something detonated. I'll just go for the crew kill. Also, don't have FP yet, and that fire position could be problematic. So I might get to Pola sooner than I thought. There are so many wacky ships they could add as event ships, but nope. They went with a Russian cruiser, just a different anti-air mode. Yeah, exactly. Like if you just don't care about cruise, you're not missing out on anything. Seems that the destroyers are wanting to take shots at me, which I'll happily fire back. I do actually need to be a bit more conservative in my repairing. I've already taken quite a lot of damage. I really just wanted other turret back normal.
Controllo dei danni per riparazione delle parti. Svuotare gli scompartimenti allagati.
The Italian naval crew voices are definitely some of the most entertaining to listen to. I mean, this crafting event technically also just requires you to play the game. It's just a bit of an extra chore to go through the crafting stuff. Something else over there. Nah, it's not that the AP is underperforming, it's just that that's solid AP. Against destroyers especially is a bit overkill. But against cruisers their AP is fine. It's more the reload that you have to worry about. Keep forgetting that that's actually the front two turrets. Because for some reason they grouped the two triple turrets in the front and the two dual turrets in the rear. Of that indicator. Enemy cruisers trying to shoot me, but they're I think just AIs as well, or all the bots. I don't really want to go for C, but I could. Let's rotate the rear turrets again. They are luckily still missing by a country mile.
Victory is near. Allied forces have captured a zone.
Timone a tribordo!
Sì, signore! Virare a tribordo!
Bersaglio individuato.
Now they're starting to hit me.
Controllo dei danni per riparazione delle parti. Svuotare gli scompartimenti allagati.
It is quite stormy where I am right now, so I might have connection issues later on, but I'm not sure. We'll have to see.
Another zone captured. We have the advantage.
Timone, virare tutto a tribordo!
Tutto a tribordo! Sì, signore!
Also, yeah, if you're also, are you talking about AP on the destroyers or AP on the cruisers? And also firing at cruisers or destroyers. Because the sole reason I'm not really doing that much damage per salvo is because it just goes straight through a destroyer. That fire shouldn't be too bad. It seems like a surface one. Let's try and go to C. Since I'm here anyways. Keep my small targets. Yeah, but anti-frag armor doesn't matter when it comes to AP. An AP shell will just go clean through anti-frag armor.
Keep it up and victory will be ours.
think, what's the filler like on this shell? Yeah, it's relatively low filler per shells, and that's kind of what does them in, damage-wise. So you have to more often just get direct hits on either crew compartments, ranks and stuff.
Timone a tribordo.
Again, panning and damaging something is not the same thing.
Bersaglio
A sub shell will do better damage than an AP shell if it can penetrate. And especially because Italian AP is a bit anemic when it comes to the punching power. Well, no, not the punching power, the damage it does. In penetration, it's just fine.
Incrociatore pesante. Bussola. 2-0. 14.000 metri.
Don't destroy over the...
bersaglio individuato.
Oh,
Incrociatore leggero.
okay. That's an Atlantic kill then.
6.000 metri. Bersaglio colpito.
I thought I was shooting at... Ah, yeah, there is a destroyer behind him.
Motori. Timone. Tirare tutto a tribordo. Bersaglio individuato. Caccia torpediniere.
6-0. 6.000 metri. Caccia torpediniere. Bussola. 2-0. 14.000 metri. Bersaglio colpito.
That destroyer should be going down soon enough. Just finish him off.
Sì, signore. Virare a tribordo.
Bersaglio
Aha, that's a cruiser.
incrociatore leggero.
6-0. 6.000. Bersaglio distrutto.
Already a good result for this match.
Arresto totale. Controllo dei danni per riparazione delle parti. Svuotare gli scompartimenti allagati. Il nemico si inclina.
When it comes to event ships, I have three for the Japanese. It would be Kitakami, Oyodo, or Nishin would be very interesting cruisers to add. I'm not really too familiar with other nation cruisers. But a few suggestions in the chat would also be interesting ships to see. Sorry, damage. The Italians could do with an event cruiser, really. Although I don't know if they actually had anything special, quote unquote. It would make for an interesting ship, other than maybe another.
Controllo dei
I actually don't
danni
know.
per
I don't know if the Italians are still missing a ship class or not.
svuotare gli scompartimenti allagati.
The Americans don't really need another event cruiser, they already have two.
Incendio! Inizia la macchina!
Motori. Arresto totale.
The British could have, the Germans could have done with a event cruiser, but I don't really know what kind of cruiser they could have gotten.
Bussola. 0. 14.000 metri. A tutto l'equipaggio. Abbiamo subito danni critici. Colpo diretto.
Ah, right, that's what they have. That's Bolzano. I mean, yes, just the thing about that makes Scherbakov kind of boring is because it's not the first Russian event cruiser. I think is Maxim Gorky the event cruiser? Yeah, I think Maxim Gorky is already an event cruiser. That's a Battle Pass one.
Victory is close.
A tutto l'equipaggio. Abbiamo
They either have Maxim Gorky or Voroshilov. One of those two is an event cruiser, the other one's a Battle Pass cruiser. And now they have a third kind of free-to-get cruiser. I mean, the Zardas in general already have pretty good protection. I don't know if there was another one that had better protection.
2-0.
Controllo dei danni alle postazioni.
And the match is already over pretty much.
Abbiamo subito danni critici.
But I kind of get the feeling that they've cornered themselves a bit with these event ships. Where they basically feel that they have to add a cruiser for it to be an interesting enough reward for anybody to actually pick it. But they really should try and get more destroyers, just more ships in there in general.
A tutto l'equipaggio! Abbiamo subito danni critici!
I don't think anybody would really complain about a event destroyer if the destroyer was interesting enough. Or even like a 5-0 cruiser, as long as the cruiser is interesting enough.
Nessun nemico in vista. Area di
And that
battaglia
was a good
libera.
match to begin the stream with. And got ourselves a battle trophy. Backup vehicles on the Abruzzi, very nice. Got FPE. Let's go for rudder replacement. Don't really care about the other modifications. And we see what we can do. Anything else that we can produce in the meantime? No, I'm just clinically short of these polymer materials. That's practically all I need. And off to the next one, maybe even activate a booster, because I am still actively grinding the Italian tree as well. Yeah, battleships. Yeah, battleship rewards are a bit too good usually to give away. Although the previous two we've had were, you know, the Congo being an event, like the Harana being an event reward was a really big deal. Because that makes you have a really good lineup of the Japanese. This map on 5.7, okay. I'm really hoping that with the next update, if it's the French Navy update, it'll really do push naval top tier again. It'll push it up to the next step.
140, 12.000 metri. Cacciatorpediniere. Bussola. 160.
Because top tier naval is starting to be a bit boring. Especially with all the zombie bots running around. And running into you. Actually, let's just give him a little tap. There you go.
Timone, a mezza nave.
Timone a mezza nave, sì signore.
Blagorodny in front of us. I think it's gonna be a player. Never mind. Yeah, no, never mind.
Cacciatorpediniere. 160. 9.000 metri.
That ship, by the way, the Courage, I think just a copy of this one. Yeah, it's just the same as Savoia, but at a lower battle rating. For some reason. Let's tap him out of the way as well, because he's clearly not paying attention.
Tutto a bordo, sì signore.
Incrociatore leggero.
Hello there.
10.000 metri.
A Nostra Shimi, okay, that's a rare ship. That's the one right in front of us.
Timone a babordo!
Sì signore, virare a babordo.
That was a lot of damage for one salvo. What did I hit on him?
Bersaglio
Pretty much most of the ship by the looks of it.
Cacciatorpediniere.
sight of him. There we go.
Abbiamo subito danni.
I think they did, but especially when it comes to battleship SAP, that got changed a while ago. But it's getting difficult to keep track of when what changed. Eugen somewhere.
Quasi colpito.
Oh, the Shimi is moving that way. Okay. No, he's not.
Colpo diretto. Caccia torpediniere. 160. 10.000 metri.
Sì, signore. Virare a tribordo.
Quasi colpito.
Gonna keep a close eye on his torpedo launcher to see if any splashes hit the water. And my shells can just straddle the entire ship as well, of course.
Abbiamo subito danni.
One more salvo into his engine room and should be game over for him. There we go.
Distrutto. Colpo diretto.
Timone a tribordo.
Are there any more destroyers for me to abuse? There's some. They're hiding.
8.000 metri.
Thanks.
Bersaglio individuato. Caccia torpediniere.
Bussola. 140.
Looks like it's slightly damaged. Let's repair that, because it does affect speed. Oh, and our navy member. That's actually dangerous, because they're actual
Controllo
humans.
dei danni alle postazioni.
Is that a Kirch? Or is it the actual Savoia?
Colpo diretto. Oh no. Abbiamo subito danni.
Kind of bold of him to just start shooting at a bigger cruiser. Let's get his rear guns in the action, preferably.
Timone a babordo.
Sì, signore. Virare a babordo.
Bersaglio colpito.
Should start thinking of turning this vessel around. I destroyed the YAM elevator on my firing gun. I do want to get into sea.
Controllo dei danni alle postazioni. Tutto a tribordo.
Tutto a tribordo.
Rotate the rear guns. The elevator bug fix hasn't been fixed yet. I had to re-roll it. Because something went wrong with that bug fix. And all the bug fixes. So it's still a thing. And I do not like it.
Timone a mezza nave.
Timone a mezza nave. Sì, signore.
Because knocking out the elevator already gives you a penalty. Now it just completely destroys the gun.
Timone a tribordo.
Sì, signore. Virare a tribordo.
Which it is logical that destroying the elevator would stop the reload. I understand, but I don't like it. I have gotten used to it, but I'm not the biggest fan of it. Especially because it was clearly a bug. Because it was never mentioned nowhere in the update notes for this update. It's just, yeah. And the turrets. Whilst the turrets are very small targets, especially at range. I mean,
7.000 metri.
I'd rather avoid damage by just positioning better rather than just knock out his AM elevator. Which you just shoot anywhere below his turrets. Not really. Depends on the turret and depends on the secondary.
Timone, tirare tutto a tribordo.
Also trying to knock out his engines here. Let's just go. He should be going down soon. Yeah, 4% crew. Let's try to get ourselves on sea.
Bussola 140 7000 metri. A tutto l'equipaggio.
Yeah, he's sinking.
Subito danni critici.
Controllo dei danni per riparazione delle parti. Svuotare gli scompartimenti allagati. Controllo dei danni per riparazione delle parti.
Am I beaching myself? But I'm getting the point.
L'integrità della tenuta stagna.
Sì! Bersaglio distrutto! Pericolo di acque poco profonde avanti!
Riparare le parti. Iniziare il controllo dei danni.
Incrociatore leggero. 140 4000
Go.
metri.
Timone a mezza nave.
Timone a mezza nave. Sì, signore.
Motori tutto a poppa.
A tutto l'equipaggio. Abbiamo subito danni critici.
Any easy targets for me to sink? We're over there.
Tutto a babordo.
Tutto
Ooh,
a
this
babordo.
destroyer I'm locked on currently.
Bersaglio individuato.
200 7000 metri.
Nope, he just got... Oh no, he's still there. Or it's still there.
140 5000 metri. A tutto l'equipaggio. Abbiamo subito danni critici. Pericolo di acque poco profonde.
The thing is, the bridge repair, that's a bug. Because that's also a change that just happened.
140
So what is...
1000 metri.
My man, you know I was capturing sea, right?
Motori a 200.
What was the plan there? Ah, artillery. Yeah, that hurts a bit.
Controllo dei danni per riparazione delle parti.
And I need to fix the holes. And I'm beached again because Fiji... Ooh.
A tutto l'equipaggio. Abbiamo subito
Me beaching myself saved me.
nave incagliata.
Fiji is for a very shallow map.
Controllo dei danni alle postazioni. Timone.
It has been, but it's a bug.
Tutto a babordo. Sì,
Because
signore.
it was never... I don't recall the bridge repair thing ever being noted in an official update note. And as long, at least for me personally, as long as it has never been noted as an actual update note, it's a bug.
Sì, signore.
It can't be anything else.
Leggero. Bussola 160 8000 metri. A tutto l'equipaggio. Abbiamo subito danni critici.
Just keep it up, and victory will be ours.
Timone a tribordo. Bersaglio
Like, I'm...
individuato.
The bridge repair mechanic before it was tied to the repair thing was fine. It just took like, okay, 20 seconds, I no longer have a bridge. Perfectly fine.
120
But then all of a sudden, it became tied to the normal repair, where you also lost control of your bridge for depending on how many repairs you had to do in your entire ship. And that's just wrong.
tutto l'equipaggio.
It shouldn't be like that. And that's also started affecting your fire extinguishing and your...
Bersaglio
what
individuato.
actually is it called? Unwatering, that's it.
Torpediniere.
Enemy on B, that is...
1000 metri.
Who isn't... Man, don't tell me it's Red Fighter again. Kill. Put my gunners on all targets, because clearly there's something ahead of me. That's a coastal vessel. I see a Moffat there behind me.
Timone a babordo.
I'm still locked on to that guy over there. Now, is the guy capturing B going to be
Motori avanti.
dumb enough to just push around it?
Tutto l'equipaggio. Abbiamo subito danni critici. Incrociatore pesante. Bussola 180 6000 metri.
Because if he's smart, what he's going to do is sit between those two islands and wait for me to just drive into him. I'm going to try and capture on this edge here.
Bersaglio colpito. Incrociatore leggero. 160 7000 metri.
You say that, but remember that the FP bug lasted 3 months
A tutto
before they fixed it. And I have also heard that it's a feature, but it's a poorly implemented one if that's the case.
Barca.
Bussola
Because it should not interfere with other... Really? What?
Timone a tribordo.
Okay, so he has spawned in another coastal vessel. Why?
Distrutto! Colpo diretto!
Why would you spawn in a coastal vessel? Ah, because no, we're losing when it comes in terms of. Ah, another artillery strike. But I'm a cruiser, I'll be fine.
A tutto l'equipaggio! Abbiamo subito danni critici!
Motori, arresto totale.
Incrociatore leggero!
I have a raider up as well, but he's left.
6-0! 6.000 metri!
Controllo dei danni per
I'm being shot at from
riparazione
multiple
delle
angles, but I do not really care too much,
parti. Scompartimenti
as it seems to be high explosive that's shelling me.
Motori, indietro tutta.
Siamo stati colpiti sotto la linea di pianeggiamento!
Okay, that hurt. But we're still fine. Can I get the cap before the game ends? Probably.
Taglio individuato.
Yeah, I can get the cap.
Bussola! 8-0!
Motori,
Yes.
arresto totale. Controllo
And
dei
game
danni
over.
alle squadre antincendio. Controllo degli
Another top of the team and a good cluster of RP. Improved rangefinder. Actually, rangefinder isn't that bad on the Blitzy, so let's go with the armament training first. Let's see where we are. Alright, I should be able to make myself another mech. Or exosuit. And start producing more parts again. And we keep going in another booster. Because why not? Open ocean map. Okay then. Still going to first spawn the Blitzy because it is the rank 5 in my lineup.
ai posti di combattimento. Motori a massima velocità.
We have a few cruisers. Why did I spawn first? Am I stupid?
Incrociatore leggero. Bussola.
Although it seems that they kind of were delayed in their spawning too.
Posti di
I
combattimento.
really hope I'm not the one that's going to get focused fired now.
A mezza nave.
Timone a mezza nave, sì signore.
Nemico colpito.
Bersaglio individuato. Incrociatore
The secondary is
leggero.
just FHE, yeah, they can fire whatever they want.
10.000 metri. Nemico colpito. Incrociatore leggero.
But what are we going to shoot our main guns at? Fargo?
11.000 metri.
The Belfast is probably the squishiest target out there.
Bussola.
Also quite far away though.
10.000 metri.
Let's try the Eugen. I'm going to slow my speed because I do not want to be ahead of the pack. I really don't want to be ahead of the pack.
Il nemico si inclina e perde velocità. Colpo diretto.
Getting some good hits on this hipper. very good hits in on the Hipper.
Controllo dei danni per riparazione delle parti. Vuotare gli scompartimenti allagati.
Colpito! Nemico colpito!
That's another Hipper.
Incendio avvistato! Nemica!
For a second I thought it was a Spey over there. There's a superstructure of the Helena and the Hipper size, all you can kind of mix into one.
Inclina e perde velocità. Abbiamo subito danni.
There's the Helena already just capsized over there. Pitches off. Another good salve and that Hipper should be going down. Let's start shooting these Helenas.
280, 7000 metri.
It was an Eugen.
Nemico colpito.
Enemy Sverdlov, okay.
Bersaglio colpito.
That's something I might have to pay attention to. That's most likely a player.
Bersaglio colpito. Abbiamo subito danni. Colpo diretto.
Motori a 2 terzi.
Nemico colpito.
The Italian Blue Water tree is, as soon as you can get past 5-3, just fine. But the destroyers are not friendly to new players, that is for sure. It's a very hard tree to really get yourself into, because the destroyers aren't too friendly to you, the early cruisers aren't either. Beyond 5-3, it's just fine.
Colpo diretto. Abbiamo subito danni.
Timone a babordo! Controllo dei danni alle squadre antincendio! Controllo degli scompartimenti in fiamme!
Nemico colpito.
Motori tutto a
Yeah, if you
taglio individuato!
you could actually try and skip the Italian destroyers by just playing the Genieri. So that is hurting me, the Fargo.
Bersaglio individuato! Introduttore leggero!
Bersaglio colpito.
Riparare le parti! Iniziare il controllo dei danni!
Colpo diretto. Abbiamo subito danni.
Motori a massima velocità!
Is that actually the Fargo shooting me? Solve? Yeah.
Bersaglio individuato!
I wouldn't say that the Italians are like weak in any sense, it's just they're very difficult to really get a hang of, and not all maps are ultra friendly to them. They're very much ships that can do well if you have friendlies distracting enemies and if you can fight enemies one by one.
Alle squadre antincendio! Controllo degli scompartimenti in fiamme! Nemico colpito!
Like the Italian destroyer is definitely a second line ship. That's perfectly fine.
Controllo dei danni per riparazione delle parti! Svuotare gli scompartimenti!
If anything, what it actually should do is
Controllo dei danni per riparazione delle
again,
parti!
the Italian destroyers are not a problem. It's more that there's very potent destroyers around, and not all destroyers are really modeled equally. Because for some reason the Americans are the only ones with armor on the destroyers, which make them impervious to high explosive shells. Although that's only really a problem if you're playing Japan. Yeah, the Italian destroyers are fine. The guns take a while to reload, sure, but they're quick destroyers, they're nimble destroyers. They have ample gunpowder, just slow firing. Yeah, it is. The AP shells are more than fine. It's just that it's overkill for destroyers, so you have to hit the things you want to hit. It's not like you can miss it by like half a meter and still knock it out. I'm gonna target that Fargo over there. He seems like a threat. Behind. That's very possibly an actual human in that Fargo. If you're talking about light cruisers, I usually try to aim underneath the super firing turret, just try and get a shell room detonation, and after that, after they have to deal with the detonation of their shell room, they're just usually pretty easy pickings. Also, I think I just lost my torpedoes. There goes a secondary magazine, or shell room. Still pretty fine. Oh, I do want that flooding under control. Come on, 5%, that Fargo might just be going down. Can we get detonation? No, he shot too high. Fargo's going down at least.
Controllo dei danni per riparazione delle parti.
Yes, yeah, the American light cruisers like the Helena, the Fargo, stuff like that. Just saturate your crew compartments, and if you're lucky, you'll hit an ammo rack at the same time, and that'll just be massive flooding and fires and whatever other damage. And the zombies can't really deal with like 3 damage types at once, unless you leave them be. Let's see if I can actually pull it off in a ship like this. And this one is already just going to sink because of crew loss. Got hit by a torpedo, okay then. Where is this Sverdlov? It is doing a number on us. Belfast is also going down. And there he is. Let's try and close the gap a bit with that Sverdlov. Oh, never mind, he's on just 21% crew anymore, okay. And his rear crew compartments are all undamaged. Nothing on radar either.
Quasi colpito.
Come on, just hit those crew compartments. Ah, the Helena is just next to him as well. Des Moines is easy to mark, yes. Well, distinctly harder than it used to be. Ever since they updated the armor on it. But yet Des Moines go boom quite quickly. Just a few more hits on this Sverdlov. He's down to 14% crew, not even gonna try an angle, no. Well, down he'll go then. I think he just started switching targets. But it's way too late for that.
Keep the pressure on. Victory is close.
Bersaglio colpito. Sul radar.
I'm still not entirely convinced that trying to sink something purely by knocking out its anti-air power is really that viable of a strategy. It works, of course, to keep preparing their anti-air crews, which I think the zombies do. But they don't really have that many anti-aircraft guns on them. They have the 5-inch guns turrets, of course. Just a few 40 mils and 20 mils then. It's usually just way easier to just mount crew compartments on them.
Timone a tribordo.
Quasi colpito.
I'm a bit of a bad angle against this Helena. So I'm gonna try and cut in front of the Scherbakov. Also, there is an aircraft on radar.
Quasi colpito.
Although I think it's an aircraft, ship-launched one, looking at the direction it's coming from. Oh no, that's actually their air spawn, never mind.
Postazione di riparazione. Abbiamo subito danni critici.
Timone a mezza nave. Sì, signore.
I'm not too worried, I'm in between a few ships. And all my anti-air is repaired. What actually is it? It's probably a P8, isn't it?
Bersaglio colpito.
No clue.
Sì, signore. Virare a tribordo.
Bersaglio individuato. Incrociatore leggero.
Yeah, that is...
1000 metri.
Yeah, shuttle rooms will not sink it out, but it's just... Detonating a shuttle room on a Helena will make it have to repair quite a bit. It will start flooding.
Nemico colpito.
That is not a P8, but it's a year to bomb away. I don't think it's against me, but I'm going to start turning anyways.
Bersaglio individuato.
And he just J'd out or ripped his wing. Nope, okay.
Postazione di riparazione. Abbiamo
He ripped his wing clean off, okay. Keep turning. It was not for me, good.
A mezza nave.
quasi colpito. Incendio avvistato sulla nave nemica.
Another reason you actually want to detonate shell rooms on these cruisers as well is that they'll permanently knock out the turret.
Subito danni critici.
Because all the shells of the American cruisers' guns are placed in those baskets underneath the turrets. So if you can knock out the shell rooms, you knock out the turret permanently.
Per riparazione delle parti. Svuotare gli scompartimenti allagati. Controllo dei danni alle postazioni.
He's being annoying the way he angles. Turn the other way again.
Riparazione. Abbiamo subito danni critici.
Timone, tutto a babordo. Sì, signore.
Colpo diretto.
Timone a mezza nave. Sì, signore.
Controllo
I
dei
am getting
danni
dangerously
alle
close to
squadre
sinking.
antincendio. Controllo degli scompartimenti in fiamme.
Not as close as this Helena. Oh boy.
Abbiamo subito danni critici.
Shouldn't have said anything.
Incendio avvistato.
One more salvo should be able to sink this Helena. never mind, I'm going down as well. This Helena is also down. And I don't think any of them are going to respawn either. Can the match end before I sink? Probably not. Nope. Yeah. Looking at turrets is good damage.
Avanti!
You know what? I'll spawn a fighter. Yeah, you can intercept one of these planes. Although the match is just going to be over by the time I get there. Can't even see him yet. He's there, isn't he? Where's their spawn? They're just dead ahead of me. I see the smoke trail. Yeah, I know, if you go slower, you'll flood slower as well. But it doesn't really matter in this case. Even more crates. Troops rangefinder. Let's go for more speed. And I actually need anti-air shells for the 100 mils. I used to not be the greatest fan of the not enough crew to repair, but I've gotten used to it. I also actually like that you don't have to try and hunt down every lost crew percentage on cruisers. And since they got rid of that not enough crew mechanic for most coastal vessels, it's fine. Yeah, I remember when I introduced it was really controversial, but now I'm perfectly fine with it. Oh yeah, I was going to do. Somebody wants to join. Is that invite recent? Yes. Let me just do the event stuff. And off we go. Slightly updated, but I think that'll be fine. Kill stealing doesn't matter. It genuinely doesn't. Because again, the reward you get is based on the amount of damage you've done. You do get quite a high multiplier for getting the kill, but if you literally only got the last 2 crew percentage of it, it doesn't matter. And also, it's way easier to just know, oh, he's on 5% crew, I do not have to care about the target anymore. I can choose a new target. Because otherwise you'd actually have to hunt them down to sometimes 0% or even lower. Because you'd get somebody to 0% crew and they're still afloat. Ooh boy, full up there. Yeah, there's also a reason that Italian 5.7 is quite good, because 5.7 I don't have torpedoes to throw at them now either. I'm gonna switch off my secondary gunners because they're not needed, and that's a Congo, oh boy. I also have a dreadnought, a Russian dreadnought. Two Russian dreadnoughts, and that's a cruiser.
Controllo dei danni per riparazione delle parti. Vuotare gli scompartimenti allagati.
Yeah, they can be, I know. They can be a threat when they're still sinking. But they're no longer a threat I have to deal with. Especially if they're not shooting me particularly, or not even really shooting all that much, you can just leave them be. I hope that Arizona is going to take the brunt of the firepower from the battleships. Because it... Oh, we do have a Fuso on our team as well. We only have 2 battleships and I think they have 3. I don't like to look where those shells are going. There go my engines. There goes one of my turrets. Oh, actually knocked out the bridge and that Russian cruiser. Is it slowing down? It is. I should not have done that. It's fine. Actually, just waited for my repair to finish. Yeah, the fact there's a hole on the other side of the ship from where I'm getting shot from means I'm getting shot by a battleship. I've got a shell room. Did it detonate? Rangefinder radar getting repaired.
Controllo dei danni per riparazione delle parti. Vuotare gli scompartimenti allagati.
And was it a battleship? I think it was the Congo. For some reason he does not like me. The second it fires out I need to stop the flooding. I need to stop as well. Because that is heavy flooding. But luckily it's just limited to frontal compartments. And I'm dead. Because for some reasons the battleships were shooting me. Let's see if we can still hit that guy. I only have the rear guns left, yeah. Tanking is going very slow. That's fine. But and there we go. Well, all the time it is, I guess. I'll actually send out an aircraft. Yeah, it's. I don't quite understand why the battleships chose me to shoot at when they have a Fuso, Des Moines, and Arizona. Oh well. Also plane. We are going to send it towards those caps over there.
Enemy forces have captured a zone.
I want to deal with that guy because he is...
Incrociatore leggero.
8-0, 8000 metri.
Take him down.
Incrociatore. A bordo. 8000 metri.
Nemico colpito.
Controllo dei danni alle squadre antincendio. Controllo degli scompartimenti in fiamme. Bersaglio individuato. Incrociatore leggero.
Bussola. 6-0, 7000 metri.
Controllo dei danni per riparazione delle parti. Svuotare gli scompartimenti allagati. Timone a tribordo.
Sì, signore!
Okay.
Equipaggio, abbandonare la nave.
Seems reasonable. And I think I'm going to leave the squad after this match as well, because I was having really good matchmaking at 5-7, and then we got put up 6-0, and this happened.
Posti di combattimento.
No, that was a different battleship. I got spotted by the Congo first, and then one of those guys shot me.
Bersaglio individuato. Nave da battaglia.
Although I sometimes do get the feeling that either people recognize my name, or I don't know. I sometimes just get the feeling that people know who I am.
Sì, signore. Incrociatore leggero. A bordo.
And just shoot me instead.
Nemico
My
colpito.
plane has been lost then as well, I
Il
guess.
nemico si inclina e perde velocità.
Yeah. Oop. Let's send a new plane then.
Bersaglio individuato. Incrociatore leggero.
6-0, 7000 metri.
This isn't a 5-7 game, it's a 7-0 game.
Fighter. Avanti. 3000 metri.
Timone a tribordo.
Sì, signore. Virare a tribordo.
I was having decent luck with my Japanese cruisers a few days ago. Didn't run into many battleships that day.
Colpo diretto.
Now the Makuma is sinking. There we go.
E perde velocità.
Yes, Paula.
Bersaglio
Will somebody keep
individuato.
begging me to actually play the Paula on the stream again?
Leggero.
1-0-0,
Ooh, there we
5000
go.
metri.
I mean, the Zara class cruisers are really solid cruisers. I also need to be careful of those wrecks in front of me.
Virare tutto a tribordo.
My plane is already over near the BC area.
Timone a mezza nave.
A Kika is up, okay.
Sì, signore.
Take him down.
Okay, it seems I have suffered some minor damage. They haven't yet. That's a bug fix they wanted to fix. And they had to that's a proper term for it. They had to re-roll that update or like revoke it because there was some problem with it. But it does mean that it's going to be fixed soon. Let's just hope I don't get detonated in my ship anytime soon. And there we go. This gap should be big enough for me to slow down, but just in case, I'm going to drift around a bit. Yeah, that'll be fine. Ah, yeah. Was it you?
The enemy will
Oh.
win. Allied forces have captured a zone.
Trying to remember what... That cargo ship map, there were a lot of targets I shot up in that mission. And I hope I didn't shit talk you if you weren't needing that much. Because I do remember playing the Ayanami that... was it just yesterday I played it? Yeah, it was yesterday. There were a lot of questionable things that happened during that stream. Including fighters just flying straight at it. There's a battleship just sitting outside of B. So where's my ship? There's my ship. That is just a battleship sitting outside of B. Can I slow down enough to actually capture it? Nice. Oh boy, why am I drifting so much? Jeez. Actually this... Just 1 second. Yeah, this plane doesn't have bombs. At all. The Italian recon planes don't have bombs. Keep going, keep going, keep going.
Allied forces have captured a zone.
And now let's go back to the ship.
Bersaglio individuato. Nave da
I
battaglia.
think I'm actually fine to just get in the plane again. And maybe make my way over to A. Yeah, we can win it now that we've spun around the caps. Although they might be spawning coastal vessels if the battleship players actually had coastal vessels in their lineup.
Abbiamo subito danni.
Nave da battaglia.
Yep. Yeah, no flaps as I thought. Ideally, I shouldn't really be going around this island, but I don't think I have much of a choice. So let's drift to a stop again. Ooh. We're fine. Just as intended. It was a handbrake stop if I ever saw one. Just slammed onto it. Yeah, I just need to make one more. So I need like 10... No, how many parts did I need? 8 more parts? Then make the final one and just ship them all. They're capturing sea. Yeah, there's coastal vessels. I knew it. I knew they were going to get into coastal vessels.
Allied forces have captured a zone.
Nave da battaglia. A babordo.
Put gunners on all targets and keep an eye out on sea.
Tirare a babordo.
So we have to defend the B point.
B point.
Yes, Paula. This is already my second spawn in the Paula because my first spawn kind of ended disastrously with Maria shooting me.
Individuato. Incrociatore leggero.
Bussola. 6-0. 10.000 metri. Abbiamo subito danni.
Incrociatore leggero. A babordo.
Enemy forces have captured a zone. We're winning.
Yeah, I actually GE'd the few remaining RP I needed for the parts on Abruzzi, and I also got the AP on the Abruzzi. I've been playing it first spawning it because it's the rank 5 in my lineup. This entire stream already. I quite like the Abruzzi. Good punch to its guns.
Bersaglio colpito.
I just hope that this Maria isn't going to
Si signore. Tirare
start shooting me.
Quasi colpito. Bersaglio colpito. Abbiamo subito danni.
Destroy the target.
No, I don't have anti-air air shells loaded.
Il nemico si inclina e perde velocità.
Incrociatore leggero. A babordo. 8000 metri.
Bersaglio colpito.
Yeah, this
Timone a babordo.
mission should be in the bag.
Virare a babordo.
Bersaglio individuato. Incrociatore leggero.
4-0. 8000 metri. Abbiamo subito danni.
There
Bersaglio
we
colpito.
go. And match over.
Il nemico è stato sconfitto. Comunicare la vittoria al quartier generale.
That was a bit of a rough first match at 6-0. Immediately up there to 7-0. Especially coming from a few matches at 5-7, which is 6-0 maximum. Good chunk of a cell, because of course it's playing Pola. To the factory. So yeah, I need a few more parts. So 6 more after this one is done. And then actually make the last one. And then Scherbakov is mine. Yeah, I know. The Americans used to have a very good 5-7 with the Fargo and Cleveland as well. And those got up BR quite a while ago. And yeah, the 5-3 American lineup isn't exactly fun either, is it? You have the Atlanta, but then it's just Portland and probably the New Orleans as well. Actually, would the Northampton be better than the Portland? Pensacola. I don't know. Because the Atlanta is very potent. But I kind of almost want to say it's a bit of the same problem it has with the mouse. Because if you put it... Actually, no. You know what? Yeah, put it at 5-7. It should be fine at 5-7. Because if you compare it to anything else in its same BR range, it just clearly outclasses it. But it only works as an HE spamming ship. That's its niche, purely. It's also really weird when you think about it. The Atlanta can face stuff like Satsu and early 6-3 dreadnoughts. It can also face 4-3 destroyers. And I don't think it should face 4-3 destroyers. 4-3 destroyers shouldn't face it, is really the thing. At 4-7, that's kind of just the risk. And 4-7 does have quite a few stronger destroyers as well. Naval is just quite compressed when it comes to the cruisers. Just all the ships interacting with each other. But weirdly enough, the zombie problem has created such massive battle rating black holes that the compression isn't as noticeable. Because you have a major black hole at 5.0, which basically all destroyers fight 5.0. You have a major black hole at 6.0, which then anything below 6.0 fights. And then you have... That's it, basically. And these really big masses of players, of zombies at these PRs. Just kind of don't make the compression all that noticeable. Van der Tan, Kronstadt, full up there again. But we're gonna wait. Seems like it's gonna be center spawn.
Preparare la nave alla battaglia. Motori a massima velocità.
I'm just driving into the back of our wonder ton, which I'll just slow down.
Incrociatore leggero. 300.
Posti di combattimento.
Yeah, exactly. Like it's... I don't have any really recent memories of fighting Atlantis and destroyers.
Timone a mezza nave.
Because those black holes really, oddly enough, fix the compression problem.
Incrociatore pesante. Bussola.
Also, battleship captain just stopping immediately out of spawn, very pog.
Danni per
Definitely not going to be a detriment to us by not being in the cap.
gli scompartimenti allagati. Timone a babordo.
And is it me that's being focused fired or the battleship?
Bersaglio individuato.
It is me, isn't it?
15.000 metri.
Siamo stati colpiti sotto la linea di galleggiamento!
A tutto l'equipaggio. Abbiamo subito danni critici.
Controllo dei danni per
Yeah, I think Phoenix, I prefer going down to 5-7 again after this match.
L'integrità della tenuta stagna.
Just for my own sanity's sake.
Area a tribordo!
Timone a tribordo.
Oh no. Abbiamo subito danni.
Riparare le parti. Iniziare il controllo dei danni.
A tutto l'equipaggio. Abbiamo subito
I like the
danni
Italian
critici.
voices. They can be quite over the top though. In general, not really. I don't really like battleships too much, they're just too slow. The thing is, I both like and don't like battleships. Because big old battleships, big honking beams of steel,
A tutto l'equipaggio. Abbiamo subito danni
piles of
critici.
steel. But at the same time, they're just very slow. I already find heavy cruisers sometimes a bit too slow for my liking.
Colpo diretto.
So what am I shooting at? A cruiser, okay. What I like, yeah, battleships are fun if you're playing in squads, if you're playing in EC even, they could be pretty fun. But on your own, because the thing about playing a cruiser is you can kind of hide yourself amongst the zombie cruisers, and people do not consider you a threat in general. If you are playing a battleship and there's a human being on the other team, they know you're a threat. And they're going to either try to deal with you or completely avoid you. And if they're going to try and deal with you, that's going to be problematic if they're in a better ship than you.
Controllo dei danni per riparazione delle parti.
And I think,
Fare gli scompartimenti allagati.
of course, my favorite ships are still the Japanese.
Controllo dei danni.
And I'm kind of spoiled by the Congos because they're still relatively fast and have very potent guns. So I'm definitely like battle cruisers about where my comfort zone ends for ships. But I can play battleship, but they're not my favorite. I really want the Duilio, or Duilio. It's a really cool looking ship. I love all those single, is it 90mm guns? For the anti-air guns? I love the look of that.
Sì, signore. Virare a babordo.
A tutto l'equipaggio. Abbiamo subito danni critici.
Are there any ships closer I can shoot at?
Bersaglio individuato.
Preferably not a Bayern.
Nave da battaglia.
Bussola. 300. 13.000 metri.
I run premium accounts, I have plenty of other ships I can play for fun. I don't have SL problems, ever. And yeah, because I mainly do not play battleships, I don't really notice their extreme repair costs all that often.
Nemico colpito.
But I do still like battleships, I just don't play them all that regularly because people tend to focus you down a lot more.
Incrociatore leggero. 160.
Tutto a
Like, I have all the British ones, I almost have all the American ones because the Nevada kind of threw a wrench in that. I have all the Japanese ones,
mezza nave.
I'm working on the other ones.
Mezza nave. Sì, signore.
Yeah. Although, the other way of just recovering yourself is just not dying in a battleship, and I tend to play all my ships the same way, and that is get to cover as quickly as possible, and just slowly but surely push my way forward. But then you have maps like this, of course, where you don't have cover.
Sì, signore.
I know, easier said than done.
Ribordo.
Bersaglio individuato.
It's like saying to a zero pilot, just don't get hit if you don't want to get shot down.
11.000
Which
metri.
is doable, it's just not
Controllo dei
the
danni
easiest thing in the
per
world.
riparazione delle parti. Svuotare gli scompartimenti allagati.
Yeah, I just...
Controllo dei danni alle postazioni.
Yeah.
A tutto
It's
l'equipaggio.
because I play all the ships the same way. Destroyers I find the most fun, especially stuff... I like things that can be that are very agile and very responsive. So where the guns turn around very quick, where the ship goes from 0 to top speed very quick, where it can take corners very quick, where it has good gun angles, including for the rear gun. Love that stuff. That's why the Ayanami is probably one of my favorite ships at the moment. And then destroyers, stuff like the Sumner is my favorite, Sumner gearing. Although the Sumner is still my original favorite. Akazuki is also,
A tutto l'equipaggio.
although it's not the best, it's not what it used to be.
Critici.
And the American light cruisers were absolutely a walk in the park about how fun they were. Trying to just spade all of them. It just depends on what kind of mood I'm in, what ships I play. Because sometimes I'm in the mood to just play something quick, agile, very responsive. And other times I'm just in the mood for something that'll hit like a truck.
Bussola. 140. A tutto l'equipaggio. Abbiamo subito danni critici.
It's also the case that battleships in general are kind of a bad matchup against light cruisers. 'Cause let's say you're playing
Bersaglio colpito.
Marlborough, for example, a slow dreadnought with heavy firepower. And then you get shot at by two light cruisers just slinging HE at you. And you're not going to have a good time.
A tutto l'equipaggio.
Which is kind of
Subito danni critici.
odd. That the entire time you play it, the ships above you are clearly battered. Continue to keep on being better. But the interaction between cruisers and battleships is a bit strange at times.
8.000 metri. Bersaglio colpito.
It's still a lot of work to sink a battleship if you're playing a cruiser, but you can do it.
Colpito.
Especially if you have another person with you that can help you just suppress a battleship. I think it's also just partly because of the zombie problem where you'll have all of these light cruisers running around. You don't see that many heavy cruisers really.
Abbiamo subito danni critici. Colpo diretto. Incrociatore leggero. 140.
The other reason you probably don't see me playing battleships all that often is because I don't have that many battleships spaded.
A tutto l'equipaggio. Abbiamo
And
subito danni critici.
when spading a ship, that can get frustrating really quickly. Because let's say, okay, I'm playing this battleship, I don't have parts yet. Ooh boy, my guns got lost, my bridge got taken out, not fun. Okay, I got parts. Now let's get AP, because for some reason it would be a tier 2 modification, like it is on some ships. Then you have to slog your way through getting AP. Okay, you finally have a functioning shell. Then maybe you get fire prevention equipment to finally deal with fires. But then you're still slow, your rudder still is very slow to respond. Your rangefinder is not accurate because you still can improve the accuracy of your rangefinder with the modification. Your fires can detonate your ammo-racks quicker. Well, if you play a spaded battleship, it's a much better ship than one in this stock. Also, I'm getting dangerously close to this fleet, but I'll just... why not? Keep getting closer. And pretty much all the battleships you'll see me play are just all stock. Because that's kind of... I kind of stream to give myself an excuse to actually grind new ships for hours on end. And it's a very good excuse, I'll tell you that much. But when you have all battleships, like when you have all blue water ships for a nation, I'm no longer really inclined to try and spade all the ships I've just unlocked. I kind of just want to go on to the next tech tree, start unlocking their ships. I only have 4 kilometer range, I need to get closer to the Doria. Like the other day I was playing battleships on stream. And I did play a match in the Fuso, and my Fuso is bone stock. Even though I've had it ever since it came out. When it comes to playing this game, not really. Also because I did... What I did for this event and these streams, I played a different lineup and a different BR every single day. And that really helps to avoid burnout. Because I tell you, on previous events I would just play one lineup for like a week or two straight, and that burns you out immediately. But because I've swapped between playing low tier coastal, high tier cruisers, literally reserve destroyers, battleships, then frigates, and now cruisers again, it helps with a bit of variety in the gameplay. And having some people to chat with is also quite distracting from the grind, I guess. And I do still like playing naval, or else I wouldn't still be playing it. I'm getting... oh no, those guns are turning my way. Oh, and I bow onto him as well. That's not good. Come on, I need to get closer, I need to get closer. I want to throw these torpedoes out. Are they on 4 meter depth? They are. Oh boy. Oh boy, that's gonna hurt. Oh, you're kidding me. And it knocked out all my torpedo tubes. No, it didn't. It didn't. Turn. I lost my bridge though. No. Damn. Do I have enough for a bomber? I do not. All that is then. I mean, that's the funny thing, Phoenix, I only saw it earlier, but yeah. The Americans already have a premium heavy cruiser now. Yeah. Yeah. The Japanese 5.7 heavy cruisers are in a very weird spot. Because they are what 5.7s really should be. But nothing else at 5.7 is at their level. But they're also too good to be 5.3s. And then you come into the compression problem again. Yeah. The thing is, Furutaka is what a 5.7 really should be in terms of potency. Especially if you follow the if you look at the entire Japanese tree, Furutaka and Aoba being 5.7 makes sense. Miyoko should really be a 6.0 with its armament. But I'm not gonna complain about it being 5.7, that's for sure. It's just Like, why is Miyoko a 5.7 whilst Aoba and Furitaka are also 5.7? With literally 4 less guns. Good old 40% less guns. Yeah. That's also the thing. 5.7 is very hit or miss with matchmaking. Like, at the start of the stream I was playing on my own before Phoenix joined. Only 6-0 matches. Perfectly fine. Even like 6-0 to 5-0 matches. Really fun. But then yeah, if you get battleship matches in 5.7, that is not good.
Il nemico si inclina e perde velocità.
No. Like actually the Japanese are probably the weakest to high explosive because they have, tied with the British, the thinnest turret armor. Well, that's a cool camo on the crunch dot.
Tornare alla base.
Game's over, not much done, but oh well. It's just like trying to think what other 5.3s you have. You have the Arethusa, which is just a 6-gun light cruiser. Is a 6-gun heavy cruiser like identical to a 6-gun light cruiser? In terms of potency? I don't know. Luckily I'm not the one that has to decide these battle ratings. I'll go mad. Go. All I'm missing, man, is just all these polymer materials. That Leander is 5.3? I thought Leander was a 5.7 at some point. Damn, Leander is 5.3. But like, the difference between an 8-gun heavy cruiser and a 6-gun heavy cruiser isn't that severe. But the difference between a 6-gun and a 10-gun heavy cruiser is quite a step up. Let me actually look at the difference between Miyoko and... That can't be right. 53 kph? Like, I still like those two ships, it's just... Yeah. 5.7 can be rough. Why is this launch? Was the text always launch? Am I hallucinating? Could have sworn it was just to battle. Ah, that's right, Lamar. That's probably it, because of the cosmonaut thing. That's most likely it. Yeah. Although at 4.3 you no, we were playing 4.3 the other day, weren't we? You get up to at 4.0 you don't see 5.0 all that much, I think. You tend to get down tier to the reserve battle rating in 4.0 quite often. Not all the time, of course, but quite often. I really want to get Team Miyoko though. I really want to get it just to complete my Japanese ship collection again. And just also because Miyoko is a very good looking ship. But I'll wait for a sale. So I keep forgetting when the next update is supposed to be, but I think it's June, isn't it? Or is there another one before that? Fuego Islands, okay then. There you go, Britzy. I hope we don't get spawned going to C. We want to go towards A.
Mettere in sicurezza la nave per salpare. Motori
Can I still... I
massima
can
velocità.
not make the turn, I think, can I?
Tutto a babordo.
Tutto a babordo. Sì, signore.
Nave da pattuglia,
Also, the fun part about the spawns on this map, they made it so that everybody spawns in a line,
11.000 metri.
which I think looks quite good.
Posti di combattimento. Nemico avvistato.
Especially when you get a very long line going like that. Oh. There we go. There's a line of ships. I am never going to make it behind that island, am I?
Incrociatore leggero. Bussola.
God.
360.
Dang it.
11.000 metri.
I mean, technically we already have missiles, just not anti-ship missiles. I'll make it. I'll make it if I keep turning.
Incrociatore leggero.
Sad and Douglas.
2-0. 11.000 metri.
I'm just gonna quickly check when... Yeah, June is going to be the next update, okay. We're a while away.
Controllo dei
Ouch.
danni alle squadre antincendio. Controllo degli scompartimenti in nave. Timone a babordo.
Sì, signore. Virare a babordo.
Incrociatore leggero.
What is...
Bussola. 2-0. 11.000 metri.
Is there an SKR? There is.
Bersaglio individuato.
Okay.
Nave da pattuglia.
Rotta. 3-4-0. 9.000 metri. Oh no. Abbiamo subito danni.
Controllo dei danni alle postazioni. Timone. Tirare tutto a tribordo.
Tutto a tribordo. Sì, signore.
I just want more ships in general, really. They're a bit...
Timone a tribordo.
They don't ever really add like a lot of ships of one type in an update. They sprinkle quite a few coastals, then like one or two destroyers, a cruiser or two, and if you're lucky another battleship. I should really add more. Enemy Scherbakov has been dealt with apparently.
Oh no. Abbiamo subito danni.
Enemy forces have captured a zone.
Riparare le parti.
And this is the reason I wanted to be behind the island, because now I'm no longer getting shot at.
Incrociatore
You
pesante.
can no longer see me.
Bussola. 0. 13.000 metri.
Bersaglio individuato. Incrociatore pesante.
Rotta. 0. 13.000 metri.
I'm really hoping they're going to pull out something big when it comes to the French Navy. They're really going to add a lot of ships.
2-0. 9.000 metri.
There's genuinely so many ships you could add. There's really variants of existing classes, completely new classes. I'm not sure if like a Richelieu right off the bat would be, although they have 15-inch guns, right? So it could be possible. But I really want to see the more famous World War II battleships making an appearance,
Sì, signore. Virare a tribordo.
because it should be coming soon. The French Navy. We already have the pre-order ships available for it. So it's either going. It's very likely that the French Navy is going to be introduced next update, and it's just a new navy, a new tactic to actually put your teeth into. Or sink your teeth into, I don't know.
We are losing.
I also mainly just wanted for a new tech tree to grind.
Incrociatore leggero.
I am really feeling a King George V coming soon.
Bersaglio individuato.
That's like my bet that's going to be one of the next battleships.
10.000 metri.
King George V class.
Incrociatore da battaglia.
Just Fletchers, nothing but Fletchers. That would be kind of funny. The thing that ship has already sailed,
A
pun
mezza
very
nave.
much intended.
Timone a mezza nave. Sì, signore.
Bersaglio individuato. Incrociatore pesante.
2-0. 12.000 metri. Colpo diretto.
I also just really want to see a French battleship with this all frontal quad turreted.
Virare a tribordo.
Yeah, just
Incrociatore
those
pesante.
battleships. Either a Dunkirk just to start off with, or either the Jean-Bart or the Chaulier.
10.000 metri.
Timone a babordo.
Sì, signore.
Like, I find it more likely that we'll see a Dunkirk right off the bat. But yeah. A Jean-Bart right off the bat would be fun as well.
Counterattack.
Il nemico si inclina e perde velocità. Nave da pattuglia. Bussola. 360. 5.000 metri.
I'm just looking forward to a lot of new ships trying research. Because the last two updates have been alright for naval with the additions, but just nothing
Incrociatore leggero.
new, really. Nothing
2-0.
pushing the boundaries of what is currently top tier. Whoever is firing those
Individuato.
rockets does not know what their maximum range is.
Bussola. 2-0. 9.000 metri.
It is very possible that it actually will not add French coastal with the French Navy update. I hope they will, but I'd have no clue what that would look like.
Bersaglio individuato. Incrociatore leggero.
2-0. 9.000 metri.
Also, I'm doing very poorly this match just because I haven't been shooting at stuff. Or stuff has just been
Incrociatore
sunk as
leggero.
soon as I tried to shoot at it.
Bussola. 4-0. 12.000 metri.
I do not have planes
Bersaglio
now.
individuato. Incrociatore pesante.
And yeah, the Abruzzi doesn't have a scout plane either.
9.000 metri. Il nemico si inclina.
So I really should be going for B first.
Timone a tribordo.
Sì, signore. Virare a tribordo.
Bersaglio. Incrociatore leggero. Bussola. 2-0. 10.000 metri.
We need to put more pressure on the enemy. They're winning.
Bersaglio individuato. Incrociatore leggero.
6-0. 10.000 metri. Colpo diretto. Nemico colpito.
I do wonder how many ships we're actually going to get with the French Navy. Right off the get-go.
Incrociatore pesante.
Like how many destroyers, how many cruisers.
6-0.
Should be a fair few. but I just hope that together with the French Navy they're also just going to push top there a bit further beyond. Because we have been sitting at 7-0 for quite a while now.
6-0. 10.000 metri.
But the problem with pushing up the top BR as well is that aircraft are becoming more and more of a problem. Although, with the zombies being... Actually, no. If they introduce 7-3, that battle rating will completely avoid any zombies. And that will be something quite interesting.
Nave nemica
The only zombies you could possibly face at 7-3 would be the Des Moines. Or Des Moines. Well, what is the plural of Des Moines? Is it Des Moines? Is it Des Moines?
pericolo di acque poco
Des Moines
profonde
apostrophe S? I don't know.
Bersaglio individuato.
Yeah, the 7-3 would be a very interesting BR. As long as they don't start adding premium battleships, because then I'm going to lose it.
If we don't do something fast, the enemy will win.
Yeah, you say that they can do that, but they haven't up until now. I just really hope that they would really add 7-3 and no premium ships that can get in the same battle rating. Because I would love to see what that matchmaking would look like.
8.000 metri.
Oh, now you launch the scout plane to capture B when I'm almost at it.
Colpito.
Of course.
Sì, signore. Virare a tribordo.
Ah, he crashed. Never mind. We're good.
Bussola. 4-0. 20.000 metri.
Yeah, that's the thing. I'm not entirely sure if 7-3 would
Bersaglio individuato.
be reason enough to see rank 6 or not. And I'm getting this sneaking suspicion we might see rank 6 with the French Navy. And if we see rank 6, they are definitely going to add rank 5 premiums.
Incrociatore leggero. 2-8-0. 5.000
And if they add a premium Japanese battleship, I am going to have to empty my wallet. And I already know it. God damn it. Jeez, I really didn't do anything this match.
Bersaglio individuato. Caccia torpediniere.
Bussola. 2-0. 6.000 metri.
Motori. Arresto totale. Timone a babordo.
Yamato's still a good ways out there. There, yeah, you have the... You have two more of the 6-turreted 14-inch battleships. You have the Fuso as built, and you have the Ise modernized. Sadly, not the battleship carrier Ise, but you have a modernized Ise in the files as well. Past Italian cruiser. If I do not say Pola, I'm going to get shot, but it is
Incrociatore leggero.
probably...
2-0. 8.000 metri.
Yeah, the Zara class is really good, but I would not sleep on the Trento. The Trento is really, really nice.
Bersaglio individuato. Caccia torpediniere.
2-0. 6.000 metri. Bersaglio colpito.
Bersaglio individuato. Nave da pattuglia.
Bussola. 2-0. 6.000 metri. Colpo diretto. Caccia torpediniere. 2-0.
Phoenix should be able to capture A.
Motori. Arresto totale.
Their team is already just evaporated.
Timone.
They're a 4-man squad?
Timone a mezza nave. Sì,
Never even noticed.
Motori. Arresto totale.
Bersaglio colpito.
Also, I need to look it up again, but did the Fusos also get rebuilt into carrier battleships? Because I do not remember that. I remember the Isis being famous for it. But I do not remember the Fusos also undergoing the same transformation. I did not see any battleships. I know we have a Poltava and a Scharnhorst, but I did not see a single enemy battleship.
Motori, arresto totale!
Nave nemica affondata! Oh no! Abbiamo subito danni! Cacciatorpediniere! Bussola! 6-0! 10.000 metri! Nemico colpito!
There's a destroyer sitting behind an island. Doing destroyer things, I'm guessing.
Motori,
Can you actually
arresto
Emorak
totale.
Spokojny? Actually, I think that's the Blagorodny, isn't it?
Nemico colpito!
Ah, okay. But yeah, I would love to see a easy class of the in the battle carrier form.
Timone
Even
a
if it
bordo.
didn't have any functional aircraft on it, I'd be perfectly fine. I just would love to see it. Also mainly because it has funny anti-air rockets.
Bussola! 3-4-0! 5.000 metri! Abbiamo subito danni!
Motori, arresto totale.
Batcher? Okay. Actually, no, that's a Yugure, isn't it? I think I saw that person in a Japanese ship earlier.
Quasi colpito!
Yeah.
Riparare le
Um,
parti. Iniziare il controllo
yeah.
dei danni.
That's exactly what I think about the ESA class as well. If they really want to test out carrier mechanics, do it with an ESA.
Bersaglio individuato. Incrociatore leggero.
6-0! 10.000
Attack the enemy!
incrociatore
I have an entire video on my own opinion on what carrier
6-0!
should be, but I have heard some great ideas over the months that I actually made that video. Like, I always find it difficult of how do you actually balance spawning a carrier? Other than, of course, it's very close to the battlefield, just get nuked immediately. But I heard somebody say, oh, just make it so you have to spend spawn points on actually spawning in a carrier. And it didn't sound like a bad thing. It really doesn't.
Nemico colpito!
Yeah, exactly. But the thing is, I don't think carriers in War Thunder would have to be like World of Warships.
Incrociatore leggero!
Mainly because I just think that the way they do carriers is just bad. Like, I also don't like the concept of you as a player being in direct control of all the aircraft in the air. It just doesn't make sense to me. Because then what you're doing is you're playing a group of aircraft, you're not playing an aircraft carrier.
6-0! 9.000
And that's the distinct feeling I get from the World of Warships carrier stuff. Is that you're just playing some groups of aircraft.
Il nemico si inclina e perde velocità!
It's also the case that when you look at stuff like light aircraft carriers and escort aircraft carriers, they're not actually all that bad when it comes to potential aircraft carried. You know, like stuff like the Bogues, the Zuiho. I think the Zuiho's in the Ryujo is, that's for sure. The Bogues, the whatever the hell it is as well. They're not all that bad when it comes to total aircraft numbers.
8.000 metri!
And anti-aircraft gunnery in War Thunder is also a lot more dangerous than it would be in World of Warships. Especially if we were to directly control them.
Tutto a poppa. Timone a babordo.
Yeah.
Sì, signore.
Yeah, exactly. Ailemount, that's exactly what I think you should do as well. Maybe not just 4
Arresto totale.
squadron mates, but just a number of AI aircraft up at a time. But you're just a plane in a formation, not for some reason the plane everybody follows. I don't quite like that kind of concept
Nemico colpito.
when it comes to aircraft carriers, where you're just, for some reason, the entire squadron leader, and they'll all follow you, the exact same movements.
Captured a zone.
And the exact same targets, at least. And this match is over. Still managed to crawl some points. Get some points from it.
Missione completata.
I genuinely actually hope for them to do an April Fool's event with carriers, just to see that they're actually wanting to test it out. Like every single year April Fool's comes around, I'm just hoping it's going to be a naval event, and I'm hoping it might be a carrier-based one. Just out of pure curiosity what they would do with the concept. Next I want more speed. And we go to our stuff again. And we didn't get the part we needed. Yeah, if I don't manage to make all the parts, actually I'm not gonna get Scherbakov today, I already know it. So tomorrow will be a Scherbakov stream then. Just waiting for Phoenix to be ready. There we go. Yeah. It has been modern tanks for quite a few years now in a row. I keep messing up the order of these events though, so this year of course was the Axis suits. Was last year Dune? Or was it 2077? Ooh, and good map for cruisers. Because we can get all the way down there.
Mettere in sicurezza la nave per salpare. Motori
Ah, yeah, it was June last year. And then the year before that was 2077. Yeah, we haven't had a naval... Genuinely, the last naval April Fool's event was Silent Thunder. Jesus.
Timone, virare
And it was
tutto a bordo.
2018.
Tutto a bordo, sì signore.
Motori,
I really like that camo for the Japanese ships.
4-0. 10.000 metri.
I just like the unlockable camos for the Japanese ships in general.
Timone a mezza nave, sì signore.
Before the aliens was Silent Thunder, that was a submarine event. Yeah, it's full up there again. As the Alaska indicates. I actually know. You forgot, in between Tailspin and Aliens was the space turret things. Which are actually remarkably similar to this event, but then just in space. But yeah, the last actual naval event was Silent Thunder.
timone a babordo!
Jeez.
Piegare a babordo!
My favorite actually is Silent Thunder. I really like that event. I wasn't home for the Aliens event, you know, the UFOs flying around. Tailspin was alright, but it was just a pain unlocking all those aircraft. March to Victory, actually, the Max and the Unrealistic Battles one was really fun too. Sail ships also, because that was the first taste of naval.
4-0.
But I also really enjoyed the submarine event, because it was something new.
Bersaglio individuato.
Like, actually, yeah, the last few events haven't really been anything drastically new. There were new mechanics, but there wasn't entirely new gameplay. But yeah, I think the one I remember fondest is definitely the Mack Walkers and the inflatable Shermans. God, this Helen is just crawling and I can't actually turn whilst I'm behind him.
Controllo dei danni per riparazione delle parti.
So let's just try and push him out of the way if that's the case.
Compartimenti allagati.
Ah, the Guy Gillo one, yeah. That one's apparently just an event on the dev server. I was around back when that event was live, but I just didn't realize it was on the dev server. I say I was around as in I was playing the game back then.
Sì, signore! Virare a babordo!
Yeah, the last few years the events have been getting a bit
Bersaglio colpito.
stale.
Battaglia. 4-0. 7000 metri. Nemico colpito.
I'm still having enough fun with the game in general. It's just I'm always looking forward to the April Fool's events because they can be very weird and wacky. But these ones are just... I'm not the biggest fan of tanks is the thing. Of their gameplay. Mainly because I'm just blind as a bat and can never see them.
8000 metri.
And Tank Arcade doesn't really give you good enough rewards to grind your tank trees with, especially the top tier. And Tank Arcade is also just not suited for certain tank types.
Nemico colpito.
Bersaglio individuato. Incrociatore da battaglia.
Battlecruiser.
4-0. 5000 metri.
Uh-oh.
Bersaglio colpito.
Are they going over me? They look like they're not going over me.
Virare a tribordo.
Hey boy.
Incrociatore leggero. Bussola.
Yeah.
6-0. 5000 metri.
Like, I think I've genuinely played only 2 battles of this April Fool's event, and not a single one more. It's pretty okay, but it's just clunky. It's just because I don't have all of these keybinds set for ground vehicles. It's really awkward trying to
Abbiamo subito danni.
play that event with next to none of the keybinds.
Incrociatore pesante.
6-0. 5000 metri.
Also, I just got shot about the battleship, didn't I? I need to get behind that island. I can't rush B.
Sì, signore! Virare a babordo!
Timone, virare
Oh well.
tutto a babordo.
Tutto a babordo! Sì, signore!
Bersaglio individuato. Incrociatore leggero.
Bussola. 6-0. 8000
He's
metri.
just outside of the torpedo range.
Controllo dei danni per riparazione delle
I
parti.
really need to get the
Vuotare
dodge.
gli compartimenti allagati. Timone, a mezza nave.
Timone a mezza nave! Sì, signore!
Incrociatore leggero.
Lost my front turret because the elevator's gone,
4000 metri.
even though it was loaded.
Riparare le parti. Iniziare il controllo dei danni. Bersaglio individuato. Incrociatore leggero.
6000 metri. Oh no! Abbiamo subito danni.
And that's a Des Moines. A very juicy looking Des Moines.
Arresto totale. Controllo dei danni. alle
Seriously, the
squadre
turret again?
antincendio.
Okay then.
Controllo degli scompartimenti in fiamme.
There goes a shell room.
Abbiamo subito danni critici. Colpo. Incrociatore leggero. Bussola. 8-0. 4000 metri.
Riparare le parti. Iniziare il controllo dei danni. Motori, tutto a poppa. Motori, arresto totale.
too far behind. I really want to try and detonate them. Yeah, the water effect is a bit... Yeah. Although you do have to remember that this game was designed around like an air sim engine. So it's still pretty good for what it is.
Sì, signore. Virare a babordo.
A tutto l'equipaggio! Abbiamo subito danni critici!
Bersaglio individuato. Incrociatore leggero.
5.000 metri!
Motori, arresto totale.
Incrociatore leggero! 6-0! 6.000 metri!
Nope, nope, go forward, go forward, go forward.
Incrociatore leggero.
Ah. I saw him fire and I knew it was not going to end well for me.
Equipaggio, abbandonare la nave.
Yeah.
Timone a babordo.
This is going to get very difficult.
Bersaglio individuato. Incrociatore da battaglia.
4-0! 8.000 metri!
Bersaglio individuato. Incrociatore leggero.
I just have to hope the Scharnhorst does not shoot me again.
8.000 metri!
Timone a tribordo.
Sì, signore. Virare a tribordo.
The rear guns weren't quite aligned.
9.000 metri.
Yeah, a float might not be a bad
Posto
idea.
di combattimento. Nemico avvistato.
I'll have to keep a good eye on it though.
Bersaglio individuato. Incrociatore leggero.
In these ships, you just
4-0!
don't shoot the Scharnhorst and pray it doesn't shoot back. That is all you can do.
Tutto a babordo.
Tutto a babordo. Sì, signore. Timone a mezza nave. Sì, signore.
Bersaglio colpito!
Bersaglio
But believe me,
individuato.
just not shooting at a battleship can get you a long way for them not shooting back.
8.000 metri!
Because the first thing most players do when they get shot at is find out what's shooting them and try and make the other person stop shooting them.
Colpo diretto!
And in a battleship, when it's a cruiser shooting you, that is not too difficult to do. My plane is already over there. I'm gonna put my ship at very slow ahead.
Motori a un terzo.
There we go, so we can maybe cap A. Good boy. Another option, of course, if you're in a cruiser that has torpedoes, is try to sneak up on the battleship and just torpedo them. It usually isn't too difficult to do because battleships for some reason like sitting still behind islands. But of course you do have to you somehow find a way to get around behind a battleship. It is a very small capture point. So we're going to have to be lucky in order to not just fly out of it. The seas are also a bit rougher. Come on, stay in, stay in, stay in. I'm not gonna stay in. Because it's a really small cap. I keep bouncing. Try not to hit the dock. You have a cruiser trying to capture B. It doesn't have any flaps to slow me down either, so it's just all... Oh boy. Trying to ditch as much speed as possible. Yeah. Although it's mostly just... The funny thing though is, naval by far earns the most silver lines. And that is the only thing can really rub into people's faces. It's so much easier to earn silver lines than naval.
Forces have captured a zone.
That fighter's coming straight for... no, that's a bot. That's a bot. Okay, I should stay in the cap now. And off we go again. Although I don't really care about the plane anymore, because it's never going to get into sea unharmed.
Timone, tirare tutto a tribordo.
Incrociatore leggero.
Yeah, I don't care about the plane.
Bersaglio individuato. Incrociatore leggero.
Bussola 4-0. 4000 metri.
Yeah,
Timone a tribordo.
there is nothing more satisfying to me than going into a custom battle and just blasting some kind of main battle tank with a battleship. Although then you have the same guy that ends up spawning in a phantom or something, ruining your fun. That's why I'm waiting for the day that we get ships with like really dangerous anti-air missiles to just sweep the skies clear.
Incrociatore da battaglia. Avanti. 4000 metri. Tutto a bordo. Sì, signore.
That is a battleship. Why did I shoot a battleship?
Bersaglio individuato. Incrociatore leggero.
4000 metri.
Motori a resto.
Colpo diretto.
Nave da battaglia.
Now we just hide.
7000 metri.
Bersaglio individuato.
I have done next to nothing as much, but oh well.
4-0.
That's what happens when you up tier cruisers to battleships. You really need to just stay hidden.
Tutto a tribordo. Timone a mezza nave.
Timone a mezza nave. Sì, signore.
Tutto a babordo.
Timone.
Yeah, this is going to take a while if I'm just going to sit here. I think I'm in a really bad spot. Because the Scharnhorst, like the two enemy battleships, are just chewing these people up. I don't know what the... Are they both in a squad? No. Don't know what the plan of the Alaska is, just going out in the open like that.
Incrociatore da battaglia. Avanti.
Oh, I'll just throw away my Pola. I just need a bit more points.
A massima velocità.
Let's keep the pressure on. Victory is close.
Tutto a bordo. Sì, signore. Incrociatore da battaglia. A bordo. 4000 metri.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to turn away and try and still use this island as some cover. Oh boy. That's the Scharnhorst. That's a friendly cruiser, that's just sunk. And I think I'm gonna be next.
2-0. 4000 metri.
Oh, that Scharnhorst is pretty injured, let's just keep shooting him.
Diretto.
Timone a mezza nave. Sì, signore.
Motori a due
Like, you
tempi.
can still sink battleships in these heavy cruisers, you just don't really want to fight battleships and cruisers.
Nemico colpito.
God, these heavily angled though, I'm not gonna pen him all that easily.
Timone a tribordo.
Sì, signore. Virare a tribordo.
And to be very careful about the Poltava that's somewhere as well, yeah. So I'm going to keep turning away, which will make my front guns useless in a second.
5.000 metri.
But it's a necessary action.
Incrociatore da battaglia.
2-0. 4.000 metri. Bersaglio colpito. Abbiamo subito danni.
Just a little more effort. Victory will surely be ours.
Seems I took out a turret on the Scharnhorst. He's really conflicted about what target to shoot. But I think he's chosen me.
Motori a massima velocità.
Yes, he has.
Timone, virare tutto a babordo.
Tutto a babordo! Sì, signore!
He's thinking, yep, there we go.
E perde velocità.
Timone, virare tutto a tribordo. Bersaglio individuato. Nave da battaglia.
4-0. 8.000 metri.
I'm taking fire from this guy.
A poppa! 6.000 metri!
Oh no! Abbiamo subito danni.
Bersaglio individuato.
And you should always try and stop somebody from shooting you.
2-0.
Yeah, they can do. They can have.
Incrociatore
Although what I will...
a tribordo!
One of the reasons I kind of want to have aircraft carriers in game as well is because there's nothing quite as satisfying as just playing a ship in a custom battle and just taking some tanks for the sail. A ship that's really fun to do with is Tonne, because Tonne's rear deck is completely empty of main guns and surprisingly low to the water and also very easy for a tank to drive onto.
Bersaglio
And that's a really fun ship to just sail around with a few tanks on the back of it.
4-0. 7.000 metri.
So if you have an aircraft carrier which is just entirely flat along the entire deck, could be quite fun. Exactly. And I got a mark of distinction, Paula. No new crates or stuff. Nope. Some custom maps. Like, actually, I can't... Actually, can I show you one next squad? Yeah. Like, these maps, the custom-made maps, mission by URL, usually allow to spawn both aircrafts, helicopters, tanks, and ships. You do have to be a bit lucky on how the map is actually made, if it's more geared towards tanks, more geared towards aircraft, and more geared towards ships. A nice map maker will make it so that ships, tanks, and aircraft will have something to do on the map. I will just keep waiting. Not really making much progress on my Savoia and Montecacholi. But oh well. I'll just stream them. I'll just play them in my free time. Off stream somewhere. Yep, Phoenix has left. Okay then. Back to playing 5-7 then. Savoia's fine at 5-7. It's the Courage that should be 5-7 as well. Yeah, I don't really like using the anti-air too much on these on custom maps because that's... But then again, then you also have like jet pilots in fandoms just bombing every ship they see for no apparent reason, which is always frustrating.
Ai posti di combattimento. Motori a
And look at that,
massima velocità.
down here.
Timone, virare tutto a babordo.
Tutto
I'm
va
telling you, the 5-7 matchmaking today is being really good.
Incrociatore pesante.
260. 10.000 metri.
Trento,
mezzanotte.
by the looks of it.
Cacciatorpediniere.
That we are first going to shoot at the Eugen I saw. There it is.
Posti di combattimento. Nemico avvistato.
Yeah, Bagorovny, you're going to go where I'm going because I'm heavier than you.
Leggero.
I don't really like spawning up here because... Bam. I should actually probably deal with the destroyers first to just remove guns from the equation.
Sì, sì.
Yes, what's Bagorovny thinking of doing?
Bersaglio individuato. Cacciatorpediniere.
The way that gun is rotating it makes it clear. Ah, God, really. Well, their problem.
Controllo dei
don't
danni
want to
per
go to
riparazione delle parti.
So many destroyers, I don't know which one to shoot.
Compartimenti allagati. Bersaglio individuato. Cacciatorpediniere.
280. 9.000 metri.
What did I lose that I have to repair? Don't know. Those shells are looking too good. Very good. Ding. There goes one Moffat.
Bersaglio individuato.
I think that's another one.
Cacciatorpediniere.
9.000 metri.
Too far forward. Almost.
Abbiamo subito danni.
Sì, signore! Virare a babordo!
Janto's starting to get a bit closer, and I think I'm going to start shooting destroyers that are just closer and showing more of their sides.
280. 7.000 metri. Bersaglio colpito.
Good old hit.
Bersaglio colpito. Incendio avvistato. Nave nemica.
I think that Eugen is shooting me.
Bussola. 240.
I'll deal with him in just a second.
Bersaglio
After I'm done with Frank Knox, or gearing, or whatever it is.
pesante.
8.000 metri. Oh no. Abbiamo subito danni.
Bersaglio individuato. Incrociatore
I
pesante.
don't actually, yeah, it might be more recruiting voices.
8.000 metri.
Bersaglio individuato.
Yeah, one of them really likes shouting excitement when you hit something.
Controllo dei danni alle squadre antincendio. Controllo degli scompartimenti.
It keeps hitting me for so hard.
Controllo dei danni per riparazione delle parti. Svuotare gli scompartimenti allagati. Timone a babordo.
Oh, it's you that's shooting me, okay.
Bersaglio individuato. Cacciatorpediniere.
Bussola. 7.000 metri.
That's not quite enough lead. If that was on Moffat, that would have been perfect lead. Never mind, apparently you can detonate the rear magazine of a Frank Knox as well.
Torre pesante.
Good to know.
280. 7.000 metri.
Timone. Tirare tutto a
Oh, another
tribordo.
Moffat.
Bersaglio individuato! Cacciatorpediniere!
They're all bots, don't worry. Most of them are just bots. The Akazuki I saw earlier probably isn't though. Oh, look at that. There goes another one shot.
Gli scompartimenti allagati. Timone a tribordo.
Sì, signore. Virare a tribordo.
Barca. 240. 7000
Let's
metri.
start repairing some stuff.
Nave nemica affondata.
Open my guns on all targets.
Bersaglio individuato. Incrociatore pesante.
I mean players AFK. That's, well,
7000 metri.
AFK. They're using actual, like, scripts to run this game for them. But yeah, that's what I mean with bots. If I mean the actual, like, in-game official quote-unquote bots, I'll say AI. Yeah, exactly. It is popping the magazine of a Moffat is by far one of the most satisfying things to do.
Incrociatore pesante.
I mean, one-shotting any ship is really satisfying, really. Because it's a big old explosion, a good old ding.
Bersaglio colpito.
Just
Quasi colpito.
extra dopamine hit.
Just keep it up, and victory will be ours.
But getting it on the first salvo is just that slight bit better.
Incrociatore pesante.
300. 7000 metri.
Seeing lots of shooting over at sea.
Il nemico si inclina e perde velocità. Barca.
Akazuki got a torp kill.
4000 metri.
Good for him.
Nemico colpito.
The Allied forces have captured a zone.
Colpo diretto.
Is that a...
Bersaglio individuato. Cacciatorpediniere.
That is the guy in the Trento I saw earlier.
7000 metri.
So if he is not going to shoot at me,
Timone a babordo.
I'm going to leave him be.
Sì, signore. Virare a
He
babordo.
can do what he wants.
Colpo diretto.
Timone a tribordo.
Sì, signore. Virare a tribordo.
What did I say about shooting me?
Cacciatorpediniere. Bussola.
I would have let you live if only you didn't shoot me.
9000 metri.
But I guess you leave me no choice. That is way too much lead, isn't it? Yep.
Colpo diretto. Incendio avvistato sulla nave nemica.
Bersaglio individuato. Incrociatore
Guess all the
leggero.
Frank knocks, and there goes that guy again.
320.
Now,
7000 metri.
Karlsruhe. I should be able to detonate that guy as well. Shooting a fair bit of broadside.
Nemico distrutto. Ecco, il nemico si inclina e perde velocità.
Motori.
I love how excited the Italian crew voices get when they sink a vessel.
Incrociatore pesante. Bussola. 340. 4000 metri. Nemico colpito.
Bersaglio
I
individuato.
really like it.
Incrociatore leggero.
320. 6000 metri. Cacciatorpediniere. 320. 8000 metri.
Bersaglio individuato.
I
Incrociatore
should be
leggero.
fine here.
Bussola. 320. 5000 metri.
Like, I think in general they've done really well with these new naval crew voices.
Cacciatorpediniere.
3
They're a really good addition.
8000 metri.
Mainly because they actually call stuff out to you.
Pericolo di
Like when I'm playing especially the British ships, the ones that actually speak English,
Motori.
they'll call out quite a lot of stuff you might not have noticed.
bersaglio colpito.
Especially if you don't have radar, they'll often call out aircraft when they see it.
Virare a
Or even they'll even call out coastal vessels that you haven't seen yet.
8000 metri.
Okay, you can detonate Kafkasis as well by the looks of it.
Nave incagliata.
Motori. Arresto.
Quite a detonation spree this match.
Pressure on. Victory is close.
Controllo dei danni per riparazione delle parti. Svuotare gli scompartimenti allagati.
Now, can I actually
Riparare le
detonate this
parti.
call through here?
Controllo dei danni. Bersaglio individuato. Incrociatore leggero.
Yeah, all voice lines call out the type of ship.
6.000 metri.
They'll call out, I think, yeah, they'll call out light cruiser. Basically, what you see here is what they'll call out. Although for basically any coastal vessel, they'll just say boat.
Incrociatore pesante.
But yes, they've done a really good job with these new crew voice lines.
5.000 metri.
Although some of them aren't quite accurate translations. I know a German guy, and I actually know a bit of German as well because it's kind of close to Dutch. But one of the German voice lines is like for battleship they'll say Kampfship or Kampfschiff, which is not the correct translation of battleship into German.
Motori.
It should be Schlachtschiff
Totale.
or Schlachtschiff. So there are a few mistakes here and there with the crew voices, but overall they're pretty good.
2-0. 8.000 metri. Nemico distrutto.
Motori. Arresto totale.
Allied forces have captured the
Nemico colpito.
Bersaglio individuato.
The
Caccia
Japanese
torpediniere.
destroyer is trying to just run for his life,
5.000
and I'm
metri.
almost inclined to actually just let them get away. I've already done a lot as much. I would love to secure the kill on that guy though.
victory is close.
Incrociatore pesante.
The one thing I will do though, I'll let, and if I know they're a player and they're trying to ground ship, I'll just let them be.
Motori.
But if they're shooting me,
Totale.
I'm not gonna hesitate to shoot back. I actually missed him outright. Enemy aircraft up. A Dornier 335.
Sul radar. Aeromobile d'attacco.
This can be dangerous.
Tribordo!
6.000 metri. In avvicinamento.
No, that gun's actually taken out. Let's repair my
Controllo dei
guns.
danni alle postazioni.
Abbiamo subito danni.
And what do we...
Timone a tribordo.
Where's our friend in Japanese destroyer gone to?
Bersaglio individuato.
Yeah, like, when it comes to the emotion, the Italian crew voices are some of the best. I think the German ones are pretty good as well when it comes to how stressed they get when they actually under stress. But yeah.
Nemico colpito.
He's launching torpedoes, but they're not gonna hit. I know you're a Japanese destroyer. I'm not going to go where you think I'm gonna go.
Motori. Tutto a poppa.
Il nemico si inclina e perde velocità.
And that should be most of them done.
Tutto a babordo.
Tutto a babordo, sì signore.
Bersaglio individuato. Aeromobile d'attacco.
4-0. 7.000 metri.
Timone. A mezza nave.
Timone a mezza nave, sì signore.
A little more effort and victory will be ours.
Sul radar. Aerosicurante.
Avanti.
4.000 metri.
You okay?
Bersaglio individuato. Aero sul
Well, there
radar.
are enemy aircraft up. B5.
8-0.
You know what? Because I'm feeling like it, I'm gonna keep my gunners off. I want him to land a torpedo on me, because I see a torpedo strapped to the bottom of him. But I don't think there's enough time in the match for him to actually get a strike of him with the gearing right next to me. That's gonna be a tall order. Please torpedo me. There's not enough time left,
Motori.
sadly.
Indietro tutta.
Yep. I am thinking of streaming more often. Instead of doing it once a week, I'm gonna try and do it 3 times a week in the future. Not daily though. It's a bit much for me to do it daily. But I'm definitely planning on upping my streaming frequency. Two from there, and can you consume again? Yes. Make this thing. Yep, thank you very much. Five more parts. And yeah, I'm not getting it today. And let's go with dry docking. And we keep going. Operation map, this is not likely to be a full down tier. Let's see. Nothing much yet. Cleveland is 6-0. If it's just 6-0, that's fine. Keep waiting for more ships to spawn. Looks like it's going to be a 6-0 match.
Preparare la nave alla battaglia. Motori a massima velocità.
Any easy targets? That one is standing out.
Incrociatore leggero.
So let's go for the Karlsruhe first.
12.000 metri. Incrociatore leggero. 8-0. 12.000 metri.
Posti di combattimento. Nemico avvistato.
Get all guns on target, there we go. Yeah, just lots of Helenas. That's fine, as long as they don't have to deal with battleships.
Nemico colpito.
That was almost good enough to detonate him instantly.
Colpo diretto.
Yeah, I'll deal with the Karlsruhe first. I'm getting some good hits in. What do we have in front of us? More Helenas.
Colpo diretto.
Timone a babordo.
Sì, signore. Mi pare a babordo.
Nemico colpito.
Karlsruhe is slowing down, so let's just adjust for it as well. I'm thinking of switching targets to one of those Helenas that's getting closer.
Bersaglio colpito.
Which is not quite yet.
Individuato. Incrociatore leggero.
Yeah, I'll keep on the Karlsruhe for now.
9.000 metri. Colpo diretto.
I'm not yet taking any fire, but I'm going to slow down.
Motori
I
a
do not
un
want to get
terzo.
too far ahead of the back.
Bersaglio colpito.
Sì, signore.
I should be able to deal with that. I think that Karlsruhe pretty soon.
si inclina e perde velocità.
Just need to hit him a bit more forward, preferably one of the engines. There we go. I'm getting shot at.
Controllo dei danni alle squadre antincendio. Controllo
Target
degli
dead ahead of me is not shooting me. Actually, all of those are shooting me.
Bersaglio individuato. Incrociatore leggero.
140, 11.000 metri.
I got a feeling some of our bots are actually shooting the.
Bersaglio individuato.
We're trying to shoot the carriers first, which is not helpful to us.
Controllo dei danni alle postazioni.
Abbiamo subito danni.
Okay. Just one more solid hit into the Karlsruhe and he should be sinking. Somebody's trying to shoot those carriers in the distance and that's just not gonna work.
Bersaglio colpito.
Karlsruhe is going down, that's good.
Incrociatore leggero.
And now just start shooting these Hellenas.
Motori a massima velocità.
Nemico
Did get the assist on it, okay. Still under fire from the Helena dead ahead of me.
Sì, signore. Virare a tribordo.
colpo diretto. Abbiamo subito danni. Nemico colpito.
And yeah, this is probably the more boring type of matches you'll find in this battle rating. Where pretty much the entire team on both sides is all bots. And you just have to try and whittle them down one by one.
Colpo diretto.
Timone a babordo.
Sì, signore. Virare a babordo.
Colpo diretto. Oh no! Abbiamo subito danni.
I really wish I could get a shell room detonation,
Motori avanti tutta.
but it's not that easy to do with these smaller 6-inch guns.
Nemico colpito.
Siamo stati colpiti sotto la linea di galleggiamento.
Nemico colpito.
Controllo dei danni per riparazione
Oh no,
delle parti.
I'm getting shot by that Helena now.
Svuotare gli scompartimenti allagati.
Helena is
Bersaglio
sinking.
individuato. Incrociatore leggero.
5.000 metri.
Motori indietro tutta.
Sì! Il nemico colpito.
Yeah,
Perde velocità.
I know, the Italian crew voices can be really...
Riparazione delle parti.
I don't know, I like them. They're a bit dramatic, but that's just fine.
Siamo stati colpiti sotto la linea di galleggiamento.
Nemico colpito.
I like the crew voices when you're actually in battle that they're just shouting at each other.
Alle squadre antincendio.
It really adds to the immersion of it.
Degli scompartimenti in fiamme.
Colpo diretto.
These bots don't seem to be doing well at shooting targets that change their speeds often.
Riparazione delle parti. Svuotare gli scompartimenti allagati. Controllo dei danni per riparazione delle parti. Ripristinare l'integrità della tenuta stagna. Motori a massima velocità.
keep forgetting that I'm gonna keep C hold down to look around and go into the scope. That's a bit of a wonky angle then. Wonky angle. I think this guy switched targets. I'm gonna keep that in the back of my mind, that you try and get them to switch targets just to throw it in full reverse. Try and speed juke them. Because it seems that something about the aiming system does not cope well with changing speeds. Of course now I'm being shot at by this guy. Can I please get a showering detonation on the Helena? Or do I genuinely have to use an 8-inch gun before that will happen? There we go. Ask for it enough and you'll get it, I guess. There goes the rear one as well. Let's hope that'll be flooding enough to put him under. It does not look like it.
Timone a mezza nave.
Timone a mezza nave.
Incendio avvistato sulla nave nemica! A tutto l'equipaggio! Abbiamo subito danni critici! Nemico colpito!
And that Helena should now be sinking. Yeah, he's sinking. Maybe I just had to get closer to really try and detonate these shell rooms. Oh, hello. What are you doing this close to me? Not getting detonated. There you go, he's sinking rapidly. Did I not get the... Okay. I guess I didn't get the kill or an assist on that guy. I lost one of my guns and I just... I keep thinking, why am I only shooting 2 guns with that single turret? It's a dual turret, that's why. Yeah, now the thing is, they're stable because it just floods the frontal compartment. A single hole in the ship will not flood the entire ship. You're much more likely to sink an entire ship if the flooding you're causing is in the center of the ship. If it's in a larger compartment, so to speak. Lost my front gun because... actually my rear gun. Because ammo elevator shenanigans. This might be a player, but I'm kind of doubting it. There goes my other rear turret. I got it back again. One of them at least. I'm so close to the ammo, the shell rooms of this cruiser as well. But he's gonna get the butter of me. Actually, I have torpedoes, why am I not using them? Because he is trying to steer into me. They might, yeah, that might be the reason why. Did I get detonation there?
Timone a babordo!
Yes, turn broadside.
Colpo diretto!
There we go, a shell room detonation.
We need to put more pressure on the enemy. They're winning.
Nemico colpito! Postazione di
And now a fun bug about the Abruzzi.
danni critici!
You see there's a triple launcher with a reload. You can fire
Siluro, partito.
all 6 torpedoes, one after the other. That has been a bug with the Abruzzi ever since it got introduced, I think.
Timone a mezza nave. Sì, signore.
I messed up my guns there.
Postazione di
Do you have torpedoes, sir? Doesn't look like it.
danni critici! Nemico colpito!
Those torpedoes should find a home. Just kinda want to distract him. I really want to get a torpedo kill.
Tutto a babordo!
Tutto a babordo. Sì, signore.
But I think it's not gonna happen. I think they all missed. Yeah, they all missed.
Da parte
Oh no, one of... There they go.
sta per cedere!
Bersaglio individuato! Portaerei!
I only have torpedoes on the right hand side anymore, so let's just stay there. Oh, is it all? Ooh. Didn't actually think of the arcade implications of that.
Timone a
I always keep
babordo!
forgetting that torpedoes are really much better in arcade.
Abbiamo subito danni critici!
Preparare i tubi lanciasiluri!
Bersaglio colpito!
Go for torpedoes this way. Who are you and why are you shooting me? Oh. You should be fine against a single Helena.
Postazione di riparazione! Abbiamo subito danni critici!
Why is my... Okay.
Controllo dei danni alle squadre antincendio! Controllo degli scompartimenti in fiamme!
Colpo diretto!
I really would like a detonation. Just so I could actually get an advantage in this gunfight. There we go.
Abbiamo subito danni critici!
And now we go for the rear turrets. There we go.
Colpo diretto!
Engine rooms next.
Nemico colpito! Postazione di riparazione! Abbiamo subito danni critici!
I think I saw the crew percentage change to like a much lower number. One of my torpedoes might have hit the Helena, I just launched them a bit earlier. Fire, but we should be fine.
Controllo dei danni
He's also flooding in a way that makes his guns unable to shoot at me,
scompartimenti in
which
fiamme!
is just perfect.
Postazione di riparazione! Abbiamo subito danni critici!
There goes another shell room detonation. 5 turrets means 5 shell rooms to detonate.
Sì! Nemico distrutto!
Yeah, I hit him with a torpedo. Torpedo tube is inoperative. I shouldn't have done that.
Timone!
Torpedo tube is very much
Ribordo!
not inoperative, but oh well.
Sì, signore.
Riparare le parti! Iniziare il controllo
Losing the rear
dei
turrets is
danni.
fine.
Postazione di riparazione! Abbiamo subito danni critici!
Controllo dei danni per riparazione delle parti! Svuotare gli
Here repairing is
scompartimenti
probably
allagati!
not the best idea.
Siamo stati
Should be fine.
sotto la linea di dialleggiamento.
Postazione di riparazione!
crew, but I'm pretty sure I can drag this Helena down with me. Especially if I keep detonating shell rooms. There we go. I would really like if you could actually get the skill and not get it stolen from me. There we go.
Abbandonare la nave!
Rilevato! Allagamento nello scompartimento!
A worthwhile run in the Abruzzi. And now we just spawn the Pola again.
The enemy is winning. We've got to counterattack.
This guy over there, this guy over there.
Avanti. 7000 metri.
Posti di combattimento. Nemico avvistato. Bersaglio individuato.
Still quite a few guys left actually.
Incrociatore leggero.
Bussola.
Don't quite have the upper hand.
9000 metri.
Timone a tribordo.
Sì, signore. Virare a tribordo.
Well, let's see what the Pola can do against these Helenas.
Bersaglio colpito.
We have literally 0 ships in the cap at the moment. Perfect.
Bersaglio colpito. Bersaglio in fiamme.
Going from the really excited Italian voice crew lines to this very calm one is
If we don't do something
an odd
fast, the enemy will win.
switch.
Bersaglio colpito.
There we go. There's that excitement back again.
Timone a babordo.
And it seems that Helena is sinking as well.
Virare a babordo.
Bersaglio individuato. Incrociatore leggero.
4-0. 10.000 metri. Bersaglio distrutto.
I think that's the only guy left in the cap.
Colpito.
IF coming around as well. It's an AI. This is becoming quite a long match. Yeah. The time limit of 1 hour on these maps can really go on for quite a while. I have actually played these maps that went for the full hour. And that's just... yeah. You need a break after you've played a map like this for a full hour.
Tutto a babordo.
Tutto a babordo. Sì, signore.
Timone.
I want to get all guns firing upon that Zheleznikov
Sì, signore.
to try and deal with him quicker. Also very exceptional for Zheleznikov to spawn multiple times. I know, right? The The thing is, the encounter matches used to have, I think, a 45 minutes time limit, and that was perfect for that, because then you could actually get to the fleet in more than one spawn. Because now with the 25-minute time limit, if you don't get there with your first spawn, you never will. Especially on some maps, like South Quargan, for example.
Nemico colpito!
Ooh, that was a big explosion.
Motori a tutta velocità.
Helena has been sunk. Good. There goes our last Helena. What is the Scherbakov still shooting at? There we go. Yeah, show me your broadside, please. Just waiting for more side. If you're going to bow into me, we know what that's going to go. I'm going to go bow into him, and we are going to drive by each other. Because I have the sneaking suspicion that this is an actual player. Okay, we don't care about the rear guns at the moment. We are going purely bowing. Or as bowing as I really want to. There goes ammunition storage for, I think, the 100 mils. It's flooding. 6% crew left. He's probably sinking. There he goes. Now, Helena.
Timone, virare tutto a babordo!
Tutto a babordo! Sì, signore!
Ten kilometers, rather far out of my comfort range for heavy cruisers, but I can deal with it. It's just gonna take a while to actually sink this Helena all the way out there. Although he's on very low health. I think I'll repair the rear gun and show broadside. Because that might be worth just getting all my firepower on. Of course, its fire just had to happen then. It's a fire to the bridge, it's not too severe. There we go. Rear gun still needs to be repaired.
Controllo dei danni per riparazione delle parti. Svuotare gli scompartimenti
With every
allagati.
salvo, I'm getting closer to sinking him.
Bersaglio colpito!
Gonna put my gunners on all targets. It's the last guy left, yeah. And that is a lot of score for one match. Fire once again.
Controllo dei danni alle squadre antincendio. Controllo degli scompartimenti in chiave.
I'm not seeing any main gunfire from this Helena. And if a Helena just keeps shooting its guns for like half an hour straight, it might have run out of ammo.
Abbiamo subito danni!
Sì, signore! Filare a tribordo!
Colpo diretto!
It'd be so annoying to finish off. I think, yeah, let's actually turn around again to throw his aim. Okay, engine room destroyed, perfect. We are just gonna go as fast as possible towards him.
Abbiamo subito danni!
I'm trying to just knock out some of his turrets for the crew damage now. With all his... Actually, is there another compartment behind the rear turret group? There might be. So I'm gonna try and shoot that.
Nemico colpito!
If I could just hit what I want to hit, or maybe one of the main turrets themselves. Once I'm within like 4 kilometers, I'll just go broadside again.
Colpo diretto!
I want to hit in between the aircraft and the turret, but I don't think there is a crew compartment over there. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. You know what? I'll fire one more AP salvo and I'll switch to the HE
Nemico colpito!
to just break the secondaries. There we go. Maybe that salvo will hit one of the turrets. Nope.
Bersaglio colpito!
Most of my range has also been damaged, so that will not help with the ranging.
Bersaglio colpito! Abbiamo subito danni!
We'll do one more HE salvo and then we'll go back to the AP and just fire into the front turrets. See, this is also the main reason why many people do not like fighting Helenas, because they're just a pain to sink. Because you can knock out every single crew compartment they have and they'll just stay afloat.
Tutto a babordo!
So aiming way too low, but
Controllo dei
I'll
danni
blame
in
it on the missing
postazione.
rangefinders.
Timone, a mezza nave!
Timone a mezza nave! Sì, signore!
What? There we go, hit one of the turrets. Yeah, the shell rooms under those turrets are empty. I think the Helenans just ran out of ammo.
We're ahead of the enemy.
Do I see him sinking? Do I see that bow going underneath the waves? Yes, I do. And there it goes.
Nave nemica!
Oh boy, that took long enough. This guy is probably the only player on their team, and I'm going to double check actually. Service record, blue water ships, not aviation. I retract that statement. That was also... Their entire team were bots. Oh. Oh, he respawned in an aircraft.
Bersaglio individuato.
No, he didn't. He spawned in another Helena.
Bussola.
Is this a player?
9000 metri.
Realistic battles. Hell no, that's not a player. Okay. Yep. The enemy team did not have a single human being. And he is now shooting the aircraft carriers at the back of the map, so we just have free reign to shoot them in as much as we want. God, this match is going on way too long. I guess I'll just be farming more score.
Colpo diretto.
Keep it up, and victory will be ours.
Nemico colpito.
Now I just have to drive straight at them again,
Tutto a
so I can
babordo.
get close enough to actually hit what I want to
Sì,
hit.
signore.
Colpo diretto.
Timone, a mezza nave.
Like, that is an actual AI, that's a normal AI, and look how it's actually playing.
Colpito.
It is kiting away from things that are getting too close, it's getting in the cap,
Virare a babordo.
it's actually shooting at a ship and not at a damn carrier on the other side of the map. Actually, is it our carrier?
8000.
Yeah, those are our carriers. That seem to be about to run aground. That's how long this map has lasted. The carriers are just at the borders of the map. Because there's still 23 minutes. I have to sing this guy because the ticket bleed isn't going fast enough either.
Colpo diretto. Ha! Nave nemica in fiamme.
Boy. My superstructure has also seen better days by the looks of it.
Quasi colpito.
Keep it up.
I do have AP shells loaded, so let's pop the guns out to AP shells for the secondaries.
Bersaglio individuato.
They might actually do something against the Helena. You know what, let's actually use them under manual control.
Colpo diretto. Nemico colpito. Bersaglio. Ha ha! In fiamme. Bersaglio colpito. Nemico colpito.
I'm just trying to go for the shotgun detonation. Come on. Give it to me.
Colpo diretto.
Was that one? I think it was. Not sure. I think it was a secondary I just detonated.
Let's keep the
Yeah.
pressure on. Victory is close.
Yeah. Victory is close. You know, really? Is it really that close when I'm just fighting something that's shooting at a carrier 20 kilometers away? I mean, I'm not going to complain about the fact that this is shooting a carrier instead of me. How have I not hit a single crew compartment near those guns yet? How? There goes another secondary ready rack.
Bersaglio colpito!
This Helena is also continuously reversing and ever so slightly turning away from me. And I think that angle he's keeping is almost is just good enough for my AP shots to not do much. At least that's what the impression I'm getting. And there we go. Full-on detonation of the front shell rooms.
Nemico colpito!
For the love of God, just stay down.
Nemico a destra!
Jesus.
Timone a tribordo.
Sì, signore. Virare a tribordo.
I spent 40 minutes in this single
Area di
match.
battaglia libera.
40 minutes. Could have been 10 less if that guy just didn't respawn. But a good old 150,000 SL. And I'm not even done with this. I'm not that far away from it. There are 2 good matches and I should have it. But yeah, I'm not getting Scherbakov today. It's almost impossible, I think. Unless I'm really lucky with these, because I am getting actually pretty lucky with these drops. But I'm not gonna sit here another 2 hours for the last thing to finish repairing. So we need that. So if I get 4 more of these polymer materials, and I think like the last 3 boxes, I'm not gonna be so awake enough. I'll have it tomorrow. That's for sure. I'll have it tomorrow. And I still feel good enough to keep going until we do the total tasks for today. But man, did that 40-minute match just suck the energy out of me. Okay, South Africa. This is a map I actually enjoy quite a lot. As long as you don't get spammed to the ever-loving, to the bottom of the sea, just as you spawn.
Preparare la nave alla battaglia.
There's a Zara.
Timone a tribordo.
Sì, signore. Virare a tribordo.
Oh, you can kill quite a few human players, I think.
14.000 metri.
Posti di combattimento. Nemico avvistato.
I'm gonna slow down to let the Zara pass, but he's also avoiding me.
4-0.
Timone a mezza nave.
Timone a mezza nave. Sì, signore.
Tutto a tribordo.
Tutto a tribordo.
There we go.
Sì, signore.
You can pass behind his island now.
Bersaglio individuato. Incrociatore leggero.
I think I'm gonna hold fire until I can actually see what I'm shooting at. It's time to just beeline towards A. And enjoy the scenery at the same time, I guess. Aircraft on radar, that's gonna be a scout aircraft.
Bersaglio individuato. Incrociatore pesante.
Bussola 240, 12.000 metri.
Bersaglio individuato. Incrociatore leggero.
Yep.
240, 11.000 metri. Incrociatore pesante.
This is a fun map, but it takes a bit of a...
40.
has some preparation time for it before you get into the thick of it. Can I see the plane on sea? Nope. But it does mean that the enemy at least has one actual player. An actual human behind the helm of their ship.
Enemy forces have captured a zone.
I want to see what this light cruiser is. Let me switch off the secondaries with one button.
Incrociatore pesante 240, 11.000 metri.
Bersaglio individuato. Incrociatore leggero.
Bussola 240, 10.000 metri.
It's a Japanese float. Oh no, it's a German one. Okay. I don't have anti-air shells. Damn. But it doesn't mean we can shoot something. We can't shoot something out of the sky with just normal HE. Although I prefer to actually keep lock on it.
5.000 metri.
But we can't. I'm just pressing all my buttons.
Incrociatore pesante
Switch back to the AP because something is shooting me over there.
9.000 metri.
Bersaglio individuato.
Of course, the radar is not going to capture B, and there goes my bridge. No.
9.000 metri.
Timone a
What
favore.
is shooting me? Light cruiser of some description.
Timone a tribordo.
Sì, signore. Tirare a tribordo.
Can I actually get a lock again, please? Nope.
Incrociatore pesante! Bussola 220, 8.000 metri.
Bersaglio individuato. Incrociatore leggero.
240.
That is still a very annoying part of naval, is where an enemy can shoot you, but you can't shoot back. Because you just can't get a lock on them. Although it doesn't really happen that often again nowadays. Okay, I need to repair it just so I have
Controllo dei
those
danni.
anti-air guns shooting down at the aircraft.
Bersaglio individuato.
Some kind of Scherbakov.
Controllo dei danni alle squadre antincendio. Controllo degli scompartimenti in fiamme. Bersaglio individuato.
There's a fire on the bridge, I'm not too concerned about it. I can just run alongside my repairs.
Nemico colpito! Incrociatore pesante! 240, 9.000 metri.
Bersaglio individuato.
Why can I not get a lock on the aircraft?
Comandante.
Bussola 3.000 metri.
Bersaglio individuato.
I cannot keep my lock on the aircraft for some reason.
3.000 metri.
If we don't do something fast, the enemy will win.
Bersaglio individuato. Bombardiere.
280, 3000 metri.
Bersaglio individuato. Bombardiere.
280, 3000 metri.
Timone a tribordo.
Sì, signore. Tirare a tribordo.
Controllo dei danni per riparazione delle parti. Vuotare gli scompartimenti allagati.
Incrociatore pesante. Bussola. 280.
I am shocked at the poor gunnery of my anti-air gunners.
Bersaglio individuato.
Oh, they're getting close.
Motore leggero.
I'm surprised he's willing to land.
3000 metri. Incrociatore pesante.
Come on, he's 2 kilometers away. Gunners, shoot him.
Pericolo di acqua profonda. Allarme attacco.
Oh, that will do as well.
Motori. Arresto totale. Tutto a tribordo.
Tutto a babordo. Sì, signore.
Bersaglio individuato.
Hello.
Incrociatore leggero.
240, 7000 metri.
Timone. Mezza nave.
Timone a mezza nave.
Let's try and ammo rack this hipper.
Timone a babordo.
Sì, signore. Tirare a babordo.
Bersaglio individuato. Incrociatore pesante.
200, 4000 metri.
Shooting way too far back.
Arresto totale.
Il nemico si inclina e perde velocità. Incrociatore leggero. Bussola. 3000 metri.
Bersaglio
And I am not going to last too long in my abruzzi by the looks of it.
5000 metri.
Somehow lost all my propulsion.
The enemy is winning. We must counterattack.
Abbiamo subito danni.
Bersaglio individuato. Incrociatore leggero.
Bussola. 240, 5000 metri.
Riparare le parti. Iniziare il controllo dei danni.
Incrociatore pesante. Bussola.
Is it just because the engine room is flooded or something that I've lost all my propulsion? I got a feeling that's why.
Riparazione. Abbiamo subito danni critici.
Repeater tube inoperative, of course.
Siamo stati colpiti sotto la linea di galleggiamento.
Preparare tubi lanciaseduri. Controllo dei danni alle squadre antincendio. Controllo degli scompartimenti.
And I am going down already.
Riparazione. Abbiamo subito danni critici. Addosso l'equipaggio. Nave inabilitata.
400 meters away from the cap.
Siamo stati colpiti sotto la linea di galleggiamento.
Bersaglio individuato. Incrociatore pesante.
I got another salvo off against the zipper. I couldn't. Yikes. That didn't go too well. Let's see if the Polar can do it better.
Timone a tribordo.
Sì, signore. Virare a tribordo.
Allied forces have captured a zone.
Yeah, this is really a map where you need people to push into the objectives. And because the zombies will just all beach themselves on these islands, it's not all that fun. That's our guy in the hipper.
Avanti. 8000 metri.
Posti di combattimento. Nemico avvistato.
Colpo diretto.
Bersaglio individuato. Incrociatore pesante.
Hipper is pretty low, so let's just try and finish him off.
9000 metri. Colpo diretto.
Also kind of pushed up way too aggressively in the Bootsy because I was thinking nobody was going to capture C. That I had to capture one of the points. Or at least prevent the Arada from capturing any other points.
9000 metri.
But then luckily Orzara managed to capture C with the bullet plane.
Bersaglio individuato. Incrociatore leggero.
240, 10.000 metri.
Timone a babordo.
Sì, signore. Virare a babordo.
Bersaglio individuato. Incrociatore pesante.
240, 6.000 metri.
Incrociatore pesante. Avanti.
Colpo diretto.
Already getting shot at by those cruiser clusters of their spawn.
Controllo dei danni per riparazione delle parti.
Because I am the only cruiser they can see, I think.
Tutto a babordo.
Timone, tutto a babordo.
Well, let's take the route I don't often take them.
Il nemico si inclina e perde velocità.
I'm really going to go to B this way.
Abbiamo subito danni.
Timone a mezza nave.
Timone a mezza nave. Sì, signore. Incrociatore pesante. Avanti. 8000 metri.
Nemico colpito.
Switching the front of the Doigan, I kind of want to hit his rear.
Incrociatore.
I do not know where the rear of the ship is because I cannot see the ship.
Bersaglio.
I think he's bowing towards me. He's capturing B, yeah, he's gonna be bowing towards me.
Timone a babordo.
Sì, signore.
I can't sink him before he captures B, sadly.
Subito danni.
That still just only puts us equal on caps.
Enemy forces have captured that zone.
Bersaglio colpito.
God,
Bersaglio
this
individuato.
cruiser in respawn is really starting to get on my nerves.
Bussola. 260. 6.000 metri.
Because it's providing some really damn effective fire cover for this organ. Or Hipper.
Squadre antincendio. Controllo degli scompartimenti in chiave.
Nemico distrutto.
Yes,
Incrociatore pesante.
playing the Italians today.
7000
Or have been playing the Italians today.
Tutto tribordo. Bersaglio individuato.
Not doing too well this match.
Incrociatore leggero.
6.000 metri.
Controllo dei danni per riparazione delle parti. Svuotare gli scompartimenti allagati. Controllo dei danni alle postazioni. Bersaglio individuato. Incrociatore leggero.
Bussola. 240. 9.000 metri.
Yeah, it is pretty much all I make videos and stream about. Playing naval. I think the only exception I made to playing naval on stream was when I had a battle pass task to do where you had to play a certain amount of, or do certain things in ground battles and aircraft as well. But yeah, I mainly play naval in War Thunder.
Incrociatore leggero. Avanti. 8000 metri.
Bersaglio
Another
individuato.
Hipper,
Incrociatore pesante.
Bussola. 240.
but I really just want to try and get into B. Ah, yeah. Without premium time, the grind just gets quite long.
Bersaglio individuato. Incrociatore leggero.
260. 4.000 metri.
That organ is pretty much sunk already. Just fire into the rear.
Timone a babordo. Bersaglio individuato. Incrociatore
Yeah, that's not a
leggero.
Kirov, okay.
240, 7000 metri.
There's something just there. Could be dangerous.
Avanti. 4000 metri.
Nemico colpito.
Bersaglio individuato. Incrociatore pesante.
Bussola.
But I think it's about time to deal with those
3000 metri.
Kirovs in front.
Bersaglio individuato. Incrociatore leggero.
240, 6000 metri.
Timone a tribordo.
Not even assist on the tipper. What a shame. Yeah, I do have the Pola, which was generously given to me by a friend
4000 metri.
and the founder of the Pola cult. God damn it. I have a friend of mine who really likes the Italian vehicles. He mains the Italian stuff. And he kept telling me, get the Pola, it's a really good ship, get the Pola. Even to the point where he just flat out bought the Pola for me.
Controllo dei
And with the one condition being that I play the Pola on my next stream, I did.
compartimenti allagati.
And the first battle I played with the Pola, I instantly got detonated because of the HE, but by a Helena 12 kilometers away. It was not a good first impression of the Pola.
Motori, arresto totale. Bersaglio
Oh, that's a guy in the... that was in the Hipper.
Incrociatore leggero.
Bussola. 240.
I should be able to detonate Nuremberg pretty quick. There goes both my front turrets. Okay.
Riparare le parti. Iniziare il controllo dei danni.
A contro di fatto. Abbiamo subito danni critici. Colpo
I really hope to fix that
Timone,
ammo elevator bug soon.
a tribordo.
Timone tutto a bordo. Sì, signore.
It's luckily the Nuremberg is easy to detonate.
2000 metri.
Timone, a mezza nave.
Timone a mezza nave. Sì, signore.
Allied forces have captured a zone.
Nuremberg does carry torpedoes though.
nemica affondata. Oh no. Abbiamo subito danni.
Italian naval stuff is pretty good, although below 5-3 it can be a bit rough.
Pronta. 240.
Now I'm going to try and move on to A.
Postazione di riparazione. Abbiamo subito danni critici.
Incrociatore pesante. A babordo. 3000 metri.
Danni critici. La parte danneggiata sta per cedere.
Shall I fire one more shot into the Kirov? I think I will.
A poppa. 4000 metri.
And now I need to be careful of whatever this is. Scherbakov, okay.
Virare a babordo.
Postazione di riparazione.
He's been sunk by friendlies, perfect.
Timone a tribordo.
Sì, signore. Virare a tribordo.
Can maybe shoot this guy instead?
Motori, indietro tutta.
Incrociatore leggero. A babordo. 5000 metri.
Tutto a babordo.
Tutto a babordo. Sì, signore.
Not far enough back to actually try and American.
Sta per cedere.
Motori, arresto totale.
Nave nemica affondata.
Okay, the Kirov I shot at earlier has sunk. We'll get the Vittoria Veneto one day. Will just be a while, I think.
Thank you very much.
Timone, virare tutto a tribordo.
Postazione di riparazione. Abbiamo subito danni critici.
Incrociatore pesante. Avanti. 4000 metri.
Let's try and keep getting closer to A to actually cap it. That's a bit of an awkward turn to make.
Timone, a mezza nave.
Timone a mezza nave. Sì, signore.
Thank you very much.
Are there no longer any shells in that
Colpito.
Helena? Looks like it.
Motori, arresto totale.
Danni critici. La parte danneggiata sta per cedere.
Okay, the rear turret might still have some
Bersaglio
shells.
colpito.
Yeah. Also, if you're starting the Italian naval tree, the destroyers really are quite rough to play.
Motori, tutto a
Like
pompa.
5-3 and beyond is where Italy starts getting good.
Abbiamo subito danni critici.
This guy is thinking that I want to claim the kill for myself.
Bersaglio. Distrutto.
Timone, virare tutto a babordo.
Tutto a babordo.
Yeah,
Signore.
Bersaglio
and
individuato. Incrociatore
the naval research efficiency after what they've done with the naval split, you know, when they added battleships, they split the two tech trees up. It's really bad to actually efficiently try and grind the trees.
La parte danneggiata.
tutto a tribordo.
Tutto a babordo. Sì, signore.
Colpo diretto.
Because you can't just play a certain ship for fun
Timone a
and still
tribordo.
efficiently research a large part of the tech tree, unless you have a relatively high tier premium ship you like.
Postazione di riparazione. Abbiamo subito danni critici. Colpo diretto.
What is that guy shooting me in Oregon?
Bersaglio individuato. Incrociatore pesante.
2-0-0.
This should be a victory. But after this match, it should be one more match for me to get all my points for today.
5.000 metri.
Postazione di riparazione. Abbiamo subito danni critici.
Timone a mezza nave.
Timone a mezza nave. Sì, signore.
Motori a 2/3. Bersaglio individuato. Incrociatore leggero.
Oh, okay, my Pola has been sunk.
Abbandonare le scialuppe di salvataggio. Abbandonare la nave.
But at least I think I can still I can still capture A, which is the plane.
Postazione di riparazione. Abbiamo
By being
subito
very
danni
sneaky.
critici.
Can I stay in the cap though? Can I stay in the cap? I can't. I don't think I have enough time to actually turn around.
Siamo stati colpiti sotto la linea di galleggiamento.
I do not think I have enough time to actually get this cap. Yeah, it's gonna take way longer than 10 seconds. Yeah. I actually don't have the top tier German ships yet. They're one of the two nations I still need to grind. Italy being one. Like the only nations I don't have all the blue water stuff yet for is Italy, Germany, and Russia. I don't really care about the Russian ships, and that's probably what I'm going to do last. I'm currently doing Italy and then Germany. Although I should really try and get the German top tier vessels soon, because
La battaglia è
when
finita.
Bismarck comes out, I really need to be able to test sail that thing.
Preparatemi un po'.
Okay, how much more do I have to go for today? Less than 1,500. One more match, and then we'll be done for today. Coral Islands of cruisers, oh boy. I think I'm just gonna rush in. I'm just gonna throw caution into the wind and rush in. Well, the French Navy will be here soon, we hope. I'd be shocked if it weren't to come out next update. If it doesn't come out next update. Also, I keep forgetting to actually equip my anti-air shells for the secondaries.
Sì, signore. Vivare a babordo.
Bersaglio
Not the
individuato.
best matchmaking for us.
Incrociatore leggero.
4-0. 12.000 metri.
We're going to try and deal with it. They'll
4-0. 12.000 metri.
Posti di combattimento. Nemico avvistato. Tutto a tribordo!
Tutto a tribordo!
let's be a little cautious, I guess.
Timone, a mezza nave.
Timone a mezza nave. Sì, signore.
Yeah, I'm kind of doubtful that we'll see a Richelieu right off the bat. It will be added in the future, of course. But I don't think it'll be with the French 3 on release. It could be, but I just don't think it will be.
Timone a tribordo.
Sì, signore. Tirare a tribordo.
Incrociatore pesante. 4-0. 10.000 metri. Colpito.
Riparare le parti. Iniziare il controllo dei danni.
Nemico colpito.
The enemy also have a Pola. Yeah. Like the French Navy will definitely be a cool new tree to actually get into grinding with.
Timone a babordo.
I'm actually looking forward to actually grinding a tree from zero again. Sounds like a lot of fun. Discovering and getting to know new ships. So I just need round about 1,500 points as much. Also, just the French battleships, this quad turrets all in the front are very interesting.
4-0.
I think it'll be very interesting gameplay.
Bersaglio individuato. Marca.
This is an actual AI by the looks of it. Yep. Those should hit. But it did.
Si inclina e perde velocità. Nave nemica affondata. Bersaglio colpito. Cacciatorpediniere.
Yeah, that's a Richelieu. You also could have the Dunkirk, or the Dunkerque.
Bersaglio
The,
individuato.
I think that has 330s, so 13-inch
9.000 metri.
guns on the front.
Very much.
Corretto.
Like, I think it's more likely to see the Dunkirk first rather than the Richelieus.
Nemico colpito.
Yeah. Yeah, no, the thing is, they're not particularly weakly armored, they're just flat.
Bersaglio
So if you go bow in, and if a battleship will just overpan it and just straight into the magazine. And that is something I had to learn the hard way. It's good to know. It means that you actually don't want to go purely bow in, but very much more angled.
Bersaglio colpito.
Timone a babordo.
It really, yeah, the French naval tree, I'm looking forward to getting it. Just for all the new ships, the new guns, new shells, whatever the hell. It'd be good.
Controllo degli scompartimenti in fiamme.
Quasi colpito.
Bersaglio individuato. Incrociatore leggero.
That's the enemy Pola.
2-0. Marca.
I do actually hope they'll get one of the the 4-gun turreted ships as they release.
Ahead of the enemy.
I just don't think it's going to be Richelieu, but it's going to be Dunkirk.
Nemico colpito.
Well, I'm just looking forward to the French Navy and all their quirks. But it's still a few months away.
Colpo diretto. Abbiamo subito danni. Bersaglio colpito.
I am not banning this spoiler. And I think that because I'm shooting too high.
Incrociatore leggero. Bussola. Piano. 7000
There we go.
Colpo diretto.
Yeah, I know. But I don't think they'll add those ships as the French Navy gets introduced. It depends on whether or not they're going to push up Dupter or not. Because that's also the best battleships they get. And I'm not aware, I don't know of any French quote-unquote paper ships they could get to bolster their Dupter battleships. But the 1 class, ooh.
360.
Ooh, those shells are looking good for an ammo rack.
Forces have captured a zone.
Oh, they hit it. They hit the magazine. Looks like they hit it again.
Motori, arresto totale.
Gascogne, yeah.
Nemico colpito.
Let's keep the pressure on. Victory is close.
Bersaglio.
I hit the magazine with one salvo. I can hit it with a second one, surely. There we go.
Distrutto.
Bersaglio individuato. Incrociatore leggero.
340. 4000 metri. Incrociatore pesante. Bussola. 340.
I think personally all the naval tactics are pretty alright. If you can get into them, if you can get to the ships you like, all of them are worthwhile getting.
340. 4000 metri. Abbiamo subito danni. Il nemico si inclina e perde velocità.
Especially now with the zombie plague going on, it doesn't really matter if you have the most meta ship or not, as long as you can handle it well.
Bersaglio individuato. Incrociatore leggero.
Bussola. 20. 5000 metri. Colpo diretto. Incrociatore leggero. 340. 4000
And yeah, should have my points done this match.
A massima velocità.
Quasi colpito.
Simone a babordo. Bersaglio
No
individuato.
assist. Damn.
Incrociatore leggero.
Bussola. 20.
Actually, I might not get to my points required if the enemy team sinks this fast.
Abbiamo subito danni.
Motori, arresto totale.
Just a little more effort, and victory will surely be ours.
Nemico colpito.
Motori, tutto a poppa.
Bersaglio colpito. Incrociatore leggero. 320. 4000 metri. Colpo diretto. Bersaglio colpito.
Don't look at the mobile version as a version of the game that really should be that says anything about the PC version. It's a completely different development team.
Bussola.
With most likely different
5.000 metri.
IDs as well.
Colpo diretto.
Motori, arresto totale.
That's actually... I've been considering taking a proper look at all the ships in the mobile version whenever I get access to it. Because I heard that they also had submarines and carriers, and I'm curious to see how that exactly works. Although I have actually seen a video on these submarines, and it's a bit... It's yeah, the way that those ships will work on the mobile version and what ships are on the mobile version doesn't translate well to the PC version.
Nemico colpito.
It's behind a rock, so I can't really get to its frontal cruise segments. Oh, he's reversing, making it a bit easier for me.
Motori, arresto
The
totale.
models to a certain extent seem interchangeable, but even then, I'm not sure. I'm not quite sure how the quality translates between the two.
Bersaglio colpito.
Okay, that should have been everything for today. Yes, it was. Let's go with shrapnel protection next. Yeah, I've seen it as well. But there's no real reason to think that the two games can interact with each other too smoothly. There we go. And I think I have enough parts to actually finish this. But I am not going to stream for another 2 hours just so we can get the Scherbakov. It's not that special of a ship. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to leave it here for tonight. But as you can clearly see, I have the Scherbakov tomorrow. And so we are going to be streaming the Scherbakov tomorrow as well. Anything else I have to say? Not really. So yeah, after I'm done with the Scherbakov, I'm not going to be streaming daily anymore like I did for the past week, or almost did for the past week. I am going to attempt to up my stream frequency from once a week to maybe 2 or 3 times a week. Depending on if I can do it or not. And I think I'm going to leave it at this for tonight. Thank you for watching. And I will see you all tomorrow at the same time with Scherbakov. Yes. I'll see you all tomorrow.